If you are ready to finally improve your English speaking skills and become a confident speaker, then you clicked on the right video. Welcome back to all of my incredible subscribers. Today, I have taken 10 episodes of my super popular series, Super Sentences, and smushed them into one video, plus a brand new episode, episode 25, at the end of this video. Simply follow along with me as we take basic sentences and stretch them longer and longer, making them more advanced and helping you learn how to speak at length. In this video, you are not only going to improve your speaking, you will also learn countless new vocabulary, improve your listening comprehension, and your reading skills as well. So make sure you leave me a like, say hello in the comments, and let's get started. Today, in addition to improving our spoken English and learning new words and building confidence, we are also going to take a look at subject-verb agreement. Yeah, this is a big grammar issue that a lot of English learners struggle with. So we are going to learn all about this today as well. Are you ready to get started? Here's level 1. It's basic, it's simple, it's easy, nothing too crazy. Let's begin by reading it together, slowly at first. The barber is ready to start the day. Okay, great. Let's read it again at a medium speed, a little bit faster. The barber is ready to start the day. Okay, fantastic. We've got a barber in today's super sentence, somebody who cuts hair. Okay, and what is the barber doing? Well, he is ready to start his day or begin his day of work. Now, notice that I said the barber is ready and not the barber are ready. We are talking about one person, the barber, and so we need to use is, not are. Now, if there were 2 barbers or 3 barbers or more, we could say the barbers are ready to start the day, but with one person, we can stick with is. Let's say this a couple more times at a quick speed, and then we will level up. Ready? The barber is ready to start the day. Again, the barber is ready to start the day. One more time. The barber is ready to start the day. Awesome, guys. As you can see, we have leveled up and we've added some blue text to our super sentence. Yeah, we've stretched it and made it longer, more advanced, more complicated. Let's begin level 2 with a slow read. Here we go. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby. One more time, medium speed. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby. Okay, a lot is going on here. The barber is ready to start the day, but we also have some customers. Yeah, some people have come to his barber shop. They are ready to fork over their money. Fork over, that means they're ready to give him their money. And what are the customers doing? What are they doing? They are waiting patiently. Where are they waiting patiently? In the lobby. So this is what I want you guys to pay attention to here. We have one barber, so he is ready, but we have more than one customer. Yeah, this is a plural word, okay? There's more than one customer. The customers are waiting, okay? So here's the subject-verb agreement. The barber is ready. The customers are waiting. We wouldn't say the customers is waiting, and we wouldn't say the customer are waiting. It needs to be the customers are waiting. Let's read it once more, quick speed, and then we'll level up again. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby. Level 3, slow read. Let's jump in. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy. Again, medium speed. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy. I ask for a haircut. You ask for a haircut. We ask, they ask, but one man asks for a haircut. We can also say he asks, or she asks, or it asks. So what is this man asking about? He's asking about a haircut that is modern and trendy. Yeah, modern, meaning it's not old-fashioned. It's not done in an old way or an old style. Just the opposite. It's done in a new way, in a new style. In fact, it's so new that it's trendy. If something is trendy, then that means it's fashionable. It's in vogue. In vogue. It's very popular right now. Let's read it once more at a quick speed and then level up again. Ready? The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy. Here we are, level 4. We are flying right along. Let's skip the slow read and jump in with a medium speed read. Here we go. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy, but the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means. Okay, so it sounds like the man who's asking for a modern and trendy haircut is not being specific enough. He is not being specific enough with the barber. In other words, he needs to give the barber more details. He needs to tell him more than just something modern, something trendy, because when the barber hears that, he's like, modern, trendy, that could be any number of different haircuts. I still don't know what you want. I'm still not sure. So the barber gets a confused look on his face, a perplexed look, a bewildered look, a befuddled look. Those are all different ways of saying confused. Let's say this once more at a quick speed and then level up again. Are you ready? The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy, but the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means. We've leveled up once again, level 5, medium speed read. Don't give up now, guys. Keep pushing. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy, but the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means, so the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle. Notice the subject-verb agreements here. Anywhere you see a bolded word or a bolded couple of words, that is indicating, that is telling us that there is something with subject-verb agreement here. We wouldn't say the barber look. We would say I look, you look, we look, they look, but the barber looks. We would say, I don't know, you don't know, they don't know, we don't know, but we wouldn't say he don't know. We would say he doesn't know, meaning he does not know. We could also say she does not know, it doesn't know, it does not know. So the man is trying to be more specific with the barber about what he wants, right? He's trying to paint the barber a clearer image of what it is that he's looking for. So what does he do? He shows the barber a photo of a celebrity hairstyle. There's a picture of a celebrity. And I guess this man who has come to the barber shop, he really likes the way it looks, and he wants his hair to look like that too. So he shows the celebrity hairstyle picture to the barber and says, hey, make mine look like that. One more time, quick speed, here we go. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy. But the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means. So the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle. So the barber takes a look at this picture of a celebrity hairstyle. Yeah, a picture of a celebrity, someone famous, maybe a famous musician or actor or writer, something like this. And he's going to try and make this work. Let's see what happens next. Level 6, we're halfway there, guys. Come on. Push yourself. No pain, no gain, as I always say. Yeah, the only way to make real, genuine, measurable progress with your English is to push yourself out of your comfort zone. So let's do that right now with a medium speed read. Here we go. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy, but the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means. So the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle that is completely impractical. Oh no, so when the guy shows the barber the hairstyle that he wants, the barber realizes that it's completely impractical. What does that mean? If something is impractical, then it's not realistic. It is not realistic. Yeah, it's not really feasible. Maybe it sounds good in your head, but it doesn't really work in reality. For example, I love the idea of reading a new book every day, but in reality, that's impractical. It's going to be too difficult to actually achieve. Let's read level 6 once more at a quick speed, and then we'll level up again. Ready? The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy, but the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means. So the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle that is completely impractical. Yeah, not just a little bit impractical, it's completely impractical. So this is really not going to work whatsoever. It's not going to work at all. Let's figure out what happens next. Level 7, medium speed. Let's jump in. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy. But the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means. So the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle that is completely impractical, and the barber tries to explain why it won't suit the man. Ooh, so this barber really has his work cut out for him. He really has his work cut out for him. What does that mean? It's an expression that means he has a difficult job ahead of him. The job he has to do is going to be challenging. Why do I use that expression now? Because the barber is trying to explain to this guy that the hairstyle he wants is not a good fit. Yeah, it won't suit him. What does that mean? It means it won't look good on him. There are plenty of hairstyles out there that would suit him, but maybe not this one. Maybe this one is not gonna look good on him. Quick speed, and then we'll level up again. We're getting very close to the end, guys. Don't give up now. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy, but the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means. So the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle that is completely impractical, and the barber tries to explain why it won't suit the man. Whew, this is starting to be a real mouthful. A real mouthful. This is starting to get very difficult. But come on, guys, keep pushing. You're doing awesome. Level 8, let's jump in. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy. But the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means. So the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle that is completely impractical, and the barber tries to explain why it won't suit the man, but the man insists that it is exactly what he wants. Ooh, so what do you do as a barber in this situation when you are trying to tell someone, hey, you know what? I'm not sure this is the best choice for you. I'm not sure this is the best look for you. I don't think this is the correct decision. I think it's impractical. I don't think it suits you. But the man is insisting. What does it mean to insist? It means you will not take no for an answer. For example, two friends go to a restaurant and they both approach a table. The first man says, please, you sit first. The second man says, no, after you. The first man says, please, I insist. That means I'm not going to take no for an answer. You sit first. So this guy in our story, he's being really stubborn. He is not going to change his mind, even though this professional barber is telling him that it's not a good idea. I think if it was me in this situation, I would listen to the barber. If the barber told me, no, this is not a good look for you, then I would just pick something else. But this guy is insisting that this celebrity hairstyle is exactly what he wants. Not just slightly what he wants, not just a little bit like what he wants, but it is exactly what he wants, and he will not accept anything else. Quick speed, here we go. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy. But the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means, so the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle that is completely impractical. And the barber tries to explain why it won't suit the man, but the man insists that it is exactly what he wants. Level 9, we are getting so close to the end, guys. Keep pushing. Let's start with a medium speed. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy. But the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means, so the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle that is completely impractical, and the barber tries to explain why it won't suit the man, but the man insists that this is exactly what he wants until the barber accidentally gives him a buzz cut instead. This is not looking good for the barber. He must have been distracted by this customer who keeps showing him pictures of celebrities, and he makes a mistake. The barber accidentally gives the man a buzz cut. Now, what is a buzz cut? If you look at this picture down here, you can see that I've created a little cartoon of this scene. This hairstyle is a buzz cut. Completely buzzed off using an electric trimmer, right? And the barber is looking really sheepish. Sheepish. What's sheepish? Sheepish is like when you are a little embarrassed, you are a little awkward. And in this case, he's sheepish because he knows he's made a pretty big mistake. I wonder how the customer will react to this, because we all know that this customer is very particular about his looks. What does it mean to be particular? It means you want things the way you want them, exactly the way you want them. For example, I'm very particular about my room. I want my clothes organized by color. I want my bed made a certain way. I want my books on my desk, and I want my shoes by the door. I care a lot about the small details, and everything has to be perfect, so we can say that I'm particular. And this man is particular about his hair, unfortunately for the barber. Let's read it one more time, quick speed, and then we will level up to level 10, our final level for today's super sentence. Let's go. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy. But the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means. So the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle that is completely impractical, and the barber tries to explain why it won't suit the man, but the man insists that this is exactly what he wants, until the barber accidentally gives him a buzz cut instead. Are you ready for the final boss, the big bad boss of today's video? We have level 10 here. Let's knock this out. But guys, don't go anywhere after this is done, because at the end of this video, I'm going to have a speaking cool down exercise for us as well. Last medium speed read. Here we go. The last one of the video. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy. But the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means. So the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle that is completely impractical. And the barber tries to explain why it won't suit the man, but the man insists that it is exactly what he wants, until the barber accidentally gives him a buzz cut instead. The man storms out of the shop. Let's add a word "and" right here to make everything grammatically correct. And the man storms out of the shop. What does it mean if you storm out of a shop? That means you do not leave in a quiet way. You do not leave in a friendly way or a peaceful way. No, the way you leave the shop, if you storm out of it, is full of anger, full of rage. Maybe you kick the door open on your way out. Maybe you are yelling at the barber on your way out. Maybe you are making a big scene. What does that mean? If you make a big scene, you cause a lot of people to notice you. Yeah, maybe there were other people here. They were shopping. They were out having lunch. They were minding their own business. But then, this guy storming out of the shop, he makes a big scene, and all eyes are on him. Everyone is glued to the scene, we could also say. They can't look away. They want to know what happens next. Let's say this one more time. Last time, guys, at a quick speed. Don't give up now. Here we go. The barber is ready to start the day, and the customers are waiting patiently in the lobby when one man asks for a haircut that is modern and trendy. But the barber looks confused because he doesn't know what that means, so the man shows him a photo of a celebrity hairstyle that is completely impractical. And the barber tries to explain why it won't suit the man, but the man insists that it is exactly what he wants, until the barber accidentally gives him a buzz cut instead, and the man storms out of the shop. Whew. If you are still with me, take your hand and give yourself a pat on the back because you deserve it, my friend. And as your YouTube English teacher, I'm very proud of all of my students who have made it this far. You guys are doing awesome. If this is the longest sentence you've ever spoken in your whole life, the longest sentence you've ever said, leave me a comment down in the comments section saying new record. And here we are at our speaking cool down activity. Guys, with every hard workout, it's important to have a cool down, and speaking English is no exception. So let's get some more subject-verb agreement practice. Here's what I want us to do. Compare your personal interests with a friend. Be very careful with your verbs. For example, I like what, he likes what, she likes what. So here's the plan. I want us to try and talk for a full minute responding to this prompt. I'm going to go first to give you an example, and then it will be your turn to talk out loud for a full minute. Here's my example. I'll go first. Let me talk a little bit about the differences between me and my friend Kyle. Okay, now I like video games, but Kyle does not like video games. Kyle likes fishing. I do not like fishing. He likes fishing. And his sister, she likes fishing too. Well, his whole family, they all like fishing. They like fishing. But when we are together, we do not go fishing and we do not play video games. We do other stuff, like we watch TV. Yeah, I like watching TV. He likes watching TV too. His sister, she likes watching TV as well. So when we are all together, that's our common interest, and we like watching TV together. Whew, that was a lot of subject-verb agreement. Okay, that was my minute. That was my demonstration of what I would like for you to try and do. Now that it's your turn, go ahead, take that full minute, really push yourself. Go ahead. As always, I want to end the video by giving a huge thank you to my channel members. These guys make my work possible. Let me repeat that. Without my channel members, there would be no English is Easy with Connor. I simply could not do it. I'm just one guy. I'm just my own person. Right? I don't have a team working for me. I edit my own videos. I write my own videos. I shoot my own videos. I upload and promote my own videos. I do everything by myself. And it takes a lot of energy and it takes a lot of time. So without help from these guys, it simply would not be possible. So if you are a channel member, first of all, I want to say thank you so much for your support of me. It truly means the world. If you are not a channel member and you made it this far in the video, then that tells me channel membership is for you. Look at some of the perks, the benefits that you get by becoming a channel member. First of all, you get PDFs for all of my videos, perfect for studying anytime, anywhere. If you want to preview a video or if you want to review a video after finishing it, you can do that with the PDFs. Also, by becoming a member, you get access to hours of bonus videos, exclusive content just for members, not for the public. For example, if you like this series, Super Sentences, I have 2 full episodes that are not available to the public. They are members only, and you can get access to those right away by becoming a member today. And this is what I'm really excited about. I have just increased the value of my membership by starting an English book club. Yeah, if you want to learn English through reading books, through entertainment, then this is for you. You can get access to my book club, join discussions, make friends, improve your skills. We read 1 new English book every month. If you want fluent English, there is really no way around reading and reading a lot. It's just something you have to do. And so my English book club is a great way to do just that. Plus, guys, all of this is just the price of a cup of coffee. Don't miss out. Join now. You can click join here on YouTube or go to my Patreon page. Both are fine. The title of today's story is An American Road Trip, Cruising to the Grand Canyon. Now, I want to let you guys know, usually my super sentences are done in present tense, but today we're taking a look at past tense, so it's going to be slightly different than usual. I've also included lots of slang, colloquial expressions, native sayings in today's episode to help you sound more like a native. Let's start with level 1, nice, slow, easy read. Remember, you can say it with me or pause the video and repeat after me. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. One more time, medium speed. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. Okay, so we've got some characters introduced here. Emma, she's going to be the main character, but we've also got her friends. They made a decision. Yeah, they decided to do something. Now, what did they decide to do? They decided to hit the road. But what does that mean? Maybe you guys know this, maybe you don't. It's our first of many colloquial expressions or native expressions that we're going to take a look at today. If you hit the road, that means that you embark on a journey. You take off on a journey. You set off on a journey. Basically, you start a journey or a trip. Yeah, so we can't really use this expression if we're taking a very short trip. For example, if you're going to the grocery store down the street, we cannot say, time to hit the road. It sounds a little weird, but if you are taking a longer trip, maybe going on vacation, taking a road trip, you're headed to the airport, something like this, then we can say, all right, guys, let's hit the road. It's time to hit the road. Let's say this again a couple more times at a quick speed. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. One more. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. One thing I want you guys to pay attention to here is how I pronounce this word. It sounds a little bit like "tuh," right? Emma and her friends decided to hit the road. To hit the road. I wouldn't say decided to hit the road. It just takes too much energy. Native speakers are often lazy when we speak and we find shortcuts. So this is a shortcut. To hit the road. To hit the road. Level 2, we have leveled up here, and as you can see, some blue text has been added to the super sentence. We have stretched it longer. So let's begin with a slow read of level 2. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip. Here's another fantastic native expression, to stock up on something. What does it mean to stock up on something? They got a lot of snacks, a lot of drinks. They are definitely not going to run out, right? They are not going to run out. They're not going to eat all the snacks and drink all the drinks because they purchased or bought so many. They really stocked up. One more time, quick speed, then we'll level up again. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip. Level 3, we've stretched the sentence even longer. Let's skip the slow read and go right to the medium. Are you ready? Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out. Okay, there's already a lot going on here. Emma and her friends, they made a decision. A decision to what? A decision to hit the road and go on a trip, a road trip. So what did they do? They stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, right? They got all of the food and drinks they could possibly want on the trip. And then they filled up the tank. Yeah, they filled the tank, the gas tank of their car, made sure they had plenty of gas or gasoline, right, before heading out. Another great expression here, to head out means to leave, to embark, to take off. To get going might be another way to say this. Basically, they left for the trip. They started the trip. They headed out. One more time, quick speed, and then we'll level up. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out. Level 4, this super sentence is starting to get a bit long. Let's begin with a medium read. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway. Okay, awesome. Another expression here, to blast tunes, means to play music and to play it very loudly. We could also say crank tunes or crank up the tunes, crank up the music, right? So they're blasting their favorite songs, they're cranking up their favorite music, their favorite songs as they do what? As they left the driveway. One more time, quick speed, here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway. Level 5, are you ready? Medium speed. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, and swapped stories to pass the time. So this is something else they were doing. They were swapping stories in order to pass the time. So what does it mean if you swap stories? Well, to swap is kind of like to share stories or exchange stories, right? I tell you a story, you tell me a story. We are swapping stories. They were doing this in order to pass the time. I'm guessing you guys probably know what this means, to pass the time. You know, they are on this road trip and they have some time to kill. Yeah, time to kill. They have some empty time. They don't know what to do with it. They're looking for some ways to kill this time or pass this time, get through this time, right? This period of time. So in order to do that, they decide to swap stories. I tell you a story, you tell me a story. Again, quick speed, here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway and swapped stories to pass the time. We are officially halfway through today's super sentence. If you're still with me, take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back. It's important to stop and congratulate ourselves on the progress we are making, on the effort we are putting into our studies. If you guys are still with me, then that tells me you are trying hard and you take your English seriously. So, as your YouTube English teacher, I'm very proud of you. Keep going. Medium speed read, here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, and cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get. Okay, so what else were Emma and her friends doing? They were cracking up at inside jokes. To crack up, that's another really native expression. It means to laugh at something and to laugh very hard, right? We could also say to split your sides laughing. You are laughing so hard that it hurts to laugh almost. What are they laughing at? They are laughing at inside jokes. And we have an explanation for inside jokes down here. They were laughing at inside jokes that no one else would get. An inside joke is like a secret joke or a private joke between you and someone you're very close with. Maybe my friend and I have an inside joke. We walk up to each other, we look each other in the eyes, and we say, "Hey, remember the ladder?" And we both start laughing. We both crack up. We both split our sides laughing. But you are standing there like, huh? The ladder? What are they talking about? You don't get it because this is an inside joke, right? One more time, quick speed, and then we will level up. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, and cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get. Level 7, let's jump in with a medium speed read. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, and cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions. Okay, so this is telling us the different things they did on the road trip, right? They're not just cracking up at inside jokes, they're also pointing out random sights that they see as they drive along. Maybe they see a cow, they point it out. They say, "Oh, look, a cow." Maybe they see a funky roadside attraction. What does that mean? This is something that you see a lot in the United States, where I'm from. I'm not sure if you see this in other countries so much, but a funky roadside attraction is like something that you drive by that catches your attention because it's very special, very unique, maybe very odd, very weird. For example, maybe you are driving on a road trip in the United States and you see a sign, right? You drive past a sign. The sign says, "Check out this museum up ahead to see the world's largest rubber band ball," right? A ball of rubber bands that is the size of a boulder, something like that, right? It's kind of odd, it's kind of weird, kind of funky, right? It's like fun, but weird at the same time. Are there funky roadside attractions in your home country? I have no idea. You can let me know down in the comment section. One more time, quick speed, let's go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, and cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions. Level 8. Guys, we're getting so close to the end of the super sentence. Let's just jump right in. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so what did they do after, swapping stories, cracking up at inside jokes, pointing out random things they saw? The next thing they did was stop to grab burgers at a tiny diner. Okay, so they're going to grab burgers. That's a very native way to just say get burgers, to get some food, to grab some food, right? Now, this tiny diner was in the middle of nowhere. Love this expression, the middle of nowhere. So there's really nothing else around. There are no people. There are no stores, no shops, nothing like that. In American culture, a diner is like a small, retro, old school style restaurant where you can get a lot of classic American dishes, especially breakfast foods, right? A stack of pancakes, bacon, hash browns, scrambled eggs, maybe a milkshake or a malt or a root beer float, these kinds of things. All right, quick speed, and then we will level up again. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere. Level 9, let's just jump in. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere before racing to catch the sunset at the Grand Canyon. All right, so it looks like the Grand Canyon was their final destination. Yeah, the last stop on their trip. So they wanted to make sure that they caught the sunset at the Grand Canyon. What does it mean to catch a sunset? It doesn't mean to literally reach out and grab it, right? It means to see it before it disappears, before the sun goes down. So they are racing to get there, right? They are racing to get there because they don't want the sun to set before they get there. One more time, quick speed, and then we will level up to the final level of today's super sentence. Ready? Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get, while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere before racing to catch the sunset at the Grand Canyon. Whew. Is this the longest sentence you guys have ever spoken? If it is, down in the comments section, type new record. All right, guys, here we are at level 10, the final boss of today's video. Don't give up now. Push yourself, and let's tackle this with a medium speed read. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere before racing to catch the sunset at the Grand Canyon, where they sat on the edge of the cliffs, completely in awe, and agreed that it was the best road trip they had ever taken. If you are able to make it through this level 10 super sentence, then your English is amazing, because this is quite the mouthful. It is very difficult, even for a native speaker, to talk all the way through this entire sentence. Here at the end, we see that they decided to sit on the edge of the cliffs, right? So if this is a cliff, they decided to sit right on the edge. A little dangerous, if you ask me, but different folks, different strokes. What I like might not be what you like, right? They are completely in awe as they are watching the sunset, right? And they agreed that it was the best road trip they had ever taken. Great. So everyone had an awesome time on this road trip. Wonderful. One more time, guys. Let's push ourselves through this level 10 super sentence. Push yourself through, but don't go away afterwards, because I have a few more activities planned. Here we go. Emma and her friends decided to hit the road, so they stocked up on snacks and drinks for the trip, and then they filled up the tank before heading out, blasting their favorite tunes as they left the driveway, swapped stories to pass the time, cracked up at inside jokes no one else would get while pointing out random sights like cows and funky roadside attractions, and then stopped to grab burgers at a tiny diner in the middle of nowhere before racing to catch the sunset at the Grand Canyon, where they sat on the edge of the cliffs, completely in awe, and agreed that it was the best road trip they had ever taken. So these guys are in awe, right? They are amazed at the sights before them, just like I am in awe of all of my students who managed to make it through this level. At the end of today's video, we are going to have a little speaking cool down practice, but I want to give you guys a chance to rest just for a minute here. So let's review some of the slang and native expressions we saw in today's story. All you need to do is sit back and listen. Hit the road means to start your trip. Remember, let's hit the road early to get a head start, right? You don't want to be late. You don't want to get stuck in traffic or anything like that. So maybe if you hit the road early, you can get a head start. If you leave early, you can arrive early. Fill up the tank is another useful expression here. It means to get gas for the car. Here's an example. We need to fill up the tank before we run out. Ooh, maybe you are in the middle of a road trip and you realize that you are low on gas. Maybe we could even say you are running on fumes. Running on fumes, another native expression meaning that the gas is nearly gone. We can also say running on fumes for food if you're really hungry, right? Maybe you've been working all day and you've barely eaten. Somebody says, hey, you look tired. You look exhausted. You can say, yeah, man, I'm running on fumes. I'm running on fumes. I do not have a lot of gas in the tank, right? It means I don't have a lot of energy left. Another expression was blasting tunes, meaning playing music loudly. We were blasting tunes the whole way there. And then finally, we talked about cracking up, meaning laughing a lot. We kept cracking up at all the silly things we said. And the story, they were cracking up at inside jokes no one else would understand. And here we are at the final part of today's video, the speaking cool down. What I'm going to do is ask you a question, and we are going to push ourselves to speak out loud and talk for a full minute in response to that question. So here's the question. What's your dream road trip? Talk about where would you want to go? Who would you want to take with you? Maybe what would you want to do on the trip? Are there some activities you would want to do? Or would you want to just chill and relax? Guys, push yourself to speak out loud for 1 minute. Or if you are currently in an environment where you cannot talk out loud, then, take this time to share your answer in the comments section. I'm going to go first to give you a demonstration of what I would like you to try and do. Here's my minute. Here I go. It's weird, actually. I'm an American, born and raised in the Midwest in the United States. That's where I'm from, where I grew up. But actually, I have never taken the Great American Road Trip. My wife is Chinese, and she has taken the Great American Road Trip. Maybe it's less interesting to Americans than it is to foreigners, but it is still something on my bucket list. Something I would like to do in my life. I would love to rent a car, take my wife with me, stock up on snacks and drinks, just like we saw in the story, and crank up the tunes, blast the tunes, hit the road, and really go and experience the Great American Road Trip. That's something I would love to do if I get the chance. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Take that minute and really try to fill it up. If it feels like you don't know what to say, just give some details. Describe the car, describe the place, describe the food, describe who you're with. The important thing is to not stop talking. All right, go ahead. Here we are at level 1. We have a short sentence. It's basic. We can all say it without too much trouble. Let's try saying it slowly together the first time. Remember, you can shadow me, say with me the way I say it, or you can pause the video and repeat out loud. Let's take a look. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of studying abroad. Okay. So we've got two characters here. We've got Tom, a boy. We've got Sarah, a girl. And it looks like they have met each other. Yeah, they met each other. How did they meet? They met during a semester of studying abroad. You guys know studying abroad, right? Studying abroad is going abroad to study. Yeah, going overseas to keep studying. Maybe an American who studies abroad has a semester in France or Italy or Spain or somewhere in Asia, right? Let's try saying this sentence at a quick speed, and then we will level up and make it more complicated. Ready? Tom and Sarah met during a semester of studying abroad. One more time. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of studying abroad. Here we are at level 2. We've leveled up. You can see that I've added some blue text to the super sentence, making it longer, making it more complicated. Let's begin with a slow read. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese. Okay, one more time, medium speed. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese. Okay, so now we are getting a bit more information. Yeah, we're learning more about Tom and Sarah and where they met, why they met, how they met. They met during a semester of study abroad, where? In Japan. Okay, now why are they doing this? What are they studying? They had both come to Japan to learn Japanese. Okay, so that is their goal. That is what they're trying to accomplish during this semester abroad. They both want to learn Japanese. One more time, quick speed, then we'll level up again. Ready? Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese. Once more. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese. Pay attention to this part, where they had both come. Yeah, I say that very quickly, don't I? Where they had both come. I don't say where they had both come. It takes too much energy. Where they had both come. Where they had both come. Where they had both come to learn Japanese. Try saying that. Okay, forget the slow read. Let's dive into level 3 with a medium speed read. Here we go. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese and instantly hit it off. Okay, we've added a little bit more in level 3. We see that they instantly hit it off. Yeah, Tom and Sarah, they hit it off right away. Instantly, right away. Okay? Yeah, it didn't take any time at all for them to hit it off. They hit it off instantly. They hit it off right away. But what is hit it off? If you hit it off with somebody, then you really, really get along. You become close with them very quickly. You become good friends very fast. So it looks like Tom and Sarah, they became friends and they became good friends very quickly. Once more, quick speed. Here we go. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese and instantly hit it off. Flying right along, here we are at level 4. We've added a decent-sized chunk this time. A decent-sized chunk. We've added a substantial amount. So let's jump in with a medium speed read. Here we go. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese, instantly hit it off, and quickly became inseparable, spending every waking moment together. Okay, so not only did Tom and Sarah hit it off, not only did they become very good friends, they quickly became inseparable. Okay, inseparable. You cannot separate them. You can't pull them apart. They refuse to be separated. Okay, so basically that's another way of saying they spend every waking moment together, right? They love to spend time together. Every waking moment basically means every chance they get. Every chance they get. If one of them goes out for breakfast, the other one joins. If one of them is studying Japanese, the other one joins and studies as well, right? Every waking moment, every moment of the day that they can spend together, they do spend together. One more time, quick speed, we'll level up again. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese, instantly hit it off, and quickly became inseparable, spending every waking moment together. Okay, level 5. This is starting to become quite a mouthful. This sentence is getting longer and longer. Do you guys feel the burn yet? Do you feel the burn? Is it starting to get difficult? Let me know in the comments. If this is challenging for you, comment, I feel the burn. Let's jump into level 5 with a medium speed read. Here we go. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese, instantly hit it off, and quickly became inseparable, spending every waking moment together, be it checking out new restaurants they'd heard some buzz about. Okay, so here we see an interesting grammar structure, be it blank, be it blank, or be it blank. So we use this grammar structure to list different things, right? In this situation, we are talking about what Tom and Sarah do when they spend time together. So we know that they spend every waking moment together, be it this, maybe they do this thing, be it that, maybe they do that thing, or be it this, okay? So basically, we are listing different things, and we can use be it this, be it that, or be it this in order to do that. The first thing we see that they do when they spend every waking moment together is they check out restaurants that they've heard some buzz about. If you hear some buzz about a restaurant, that means you've heard some good things. People are saying good things about the restaurant. If you've heard some buzz about a movie, lots of people are talking about it, and probably in a good way. Yeah, it's usually a good thing if you hear some buzz about something. You could hear some buzz about a new book, a very popular book, popular movie, some buzz about an actress or an actor. Let's say this again one more time, quick speed, and then we will keep leveling up. Ready? Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese, instantly hit it off, and quickly became inseparable, spending every waking moment together, be it checking out new restaurants they'd heard some buzz about. ... Let's see what else they do when they spend time together. Level 6, let's just jump in. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese, instantly hit it off, and quickly became inseparable, spending every waking moment together, be it checking out new restaurants they'd heard some buzz about, going to shows to experience the local music scene. Okay, so here we are seeing another addition to the list of things Tom and Sarah do when they spend time together. In other words, Tom and Sarah, they like to spend time together. How do they spend time together? Here's the first thing. Okay, they check out restaurants that they've heard some buzz about. They've heard good things about these restaurants. They go and check them out or try them out. The second thing they do is they go to shows, music shows, concerts, because they want to experience the local music scene. They're curious about local music in Japan. Maybe they're both American, right? And they are familiar with American music, but they don't know anything about Japanese music, right? They've got no clue. They've got no clue. Or we could also say they're clueless about Japanese music. They're clueless about it. We could even say they don't know the first thing about Japanese music. In other words, they know nothing at all, right? So they're curious. They want to go experience it. Yeah, they want to go get a feel for it. Get a feel for it. They want to see what it's like. So they're going to different shows to experience the local music scene. Not an international scene, but a local scene. One more time, quick speed. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese, instantly hit it off, and quickly became inseparable, spending every waking moment together, be it checking out new restaurants they'd heard some buzz about, going to shows to experience the local music scene. ... Okay, there's one more thing they're going to do when they spend some time together. Let's see what it is. So Tom and Sarah, they instantly hit it off. They quickly become inseparable. They spend every waking moment together. What are they doing? Be it checking out new restaurants they'd heard some buzz about, going to shows to experience the local music scene, or, here's the third thing, or coughing up a pretty penny at expensive and exclusive bars. What is coughing up a pretty penny? This is a super colloquial expression. If you guys can use this correctly, people would be blown away. In other words, they would be so impressed. They would be like, wow, where did you hear that? Where did you learn that? If you cough up a pretty penny, then you are spending a lot of money, and it's a little bit painful to spend that money. It's kind of like the idiom, something cost you an arm and a leg. Ooh, I love my new car, but it cost me an arm and a leg. It was very expensive, and I could barely afford it. I could barely pay for it, right? Well, we could also say, ooh, I really coughed up a pretty penny for that new car. I had to cough up a pretty penny for the new house. I coughed up a pretty penny for my new TV. It means you spent a lot of money on it, and it was a little bit painful. Ugh, it hurt just a little bit to spend that money. Okay, so where are they coughing up a pretty penny, Tom and Sarah? Where are they spending this money? Well, at expensive and exclusive bars. Yeah, they go to a really swanky bar. Yeah, what's a swanky bar? Swanky is another way to say fancy or high end. Yeah, not just anyone can get into this bar either because it's very exclusive. Maybe you need to know someone in order to get into this bar. Maybe your name has to be on the guest list, right? Not just anyone can get into this bar. They're not just taking anyone in off the street. You can't just wander over to this bar in your day clothes and saunter up and walk in. No. It's very exclusive. Only a select group of people are allowed in. It's kind of private. Once more, let's say this at a quick speed. Ready? Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese, instantly hit it off, and quickly became inseparable, spending every waking moment together, be it checking out new restaurants they'd heard some buzz about, going to shows to experience the local music scene, or coughing up a pretty penny at expensive and exclusive bars. And as their Japanese skills progressed, so did their friendship. Okay, so as they're doing all of these things, and as their Japanese skills are progressing or improving, we could say, in other words, their Japanese is getting better, something else is progressing as well. Their friendship, right? As their Japanese is getting better, their friendship is deepening as well. We can say their friendship is deepening, okay? Their skills are progressing, getting more and more and more fluent in Japanese, right? And their friendship is progressing as well, getting further and further along. The friendship is becoming deeper and deeper and deeper. Let's read level 8 one time. Let's take it back down to a medium speed, and then we will level up to 9. Guys, we are so close. We're almost there. Don't give up yet. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese, instantly hit it off, and quickly became inseparable, spending every waking moment together, be it checking out new restaurants they'd heard some buzz about, going to shows to experience the local music scene, or coughing up a pretty penny at expensive and exclusive bars. And as their Japanese skills progressed, so did their friendship. So you can imagine how sad they were as the semester came to a close. Yeah, the semester came to a close, or it came to an end. The semester is done. The semester is through. The semester is finished. These all mean the same thing. You know, they had their semester, they had their fun, they checked out restaurants and the local music scene, and they coughed up a pretty penny at these expensive and exclusive bars. Their Japanese improved, their friendship deepened, and They really had a wonderful and incredible time during this study abroad semester, right? And so when the semester came to a close, you can imagine how sad they were. I love this expression. You can imagine how sad they were. Yeah, just picture it. Just think about it. You can imagine, you can see how sad they were. Here's another example using so you can imagine, okay? I was really excited about this new job. Yeah, I had a job interview. The interview went really well. Everything was looking good. Everything was looking promising. And I felt like I really hit it off with the person who interviewed me, the interviewer, right? We were laughing, we were making jokes. It looked really promising, but then I got an email from the company saying, sorry, you didn't get the position. You didn't get the role. You didn't get the job, okay? So you can imagine how sad I was, right? You can imagine how upset I was. You can imagine how frustrated I was. Let's say level 9 at a medium speed, and then we will level up to level 10. Are you ready? Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese, instantly hit it off, and quickly became inseparable, spending every waking moment together, be it checking out new restaurants they'd heard some buzz about, going to shows to experience the local music scene, or coughing up a pretty penny at expensive and exclusive bars. And as their Japanese skills progressed, so did their friendship. So you can imagine how sad they were as the semester came to a close. Whew, that was a real mouthful. And here we are at level 10, the final boss of today's video. This is one giant sentence. Let's just jump into it with a medium speed read. We're going to read this one twice. The first time at a medium speed and the second time at a quick speed. So guys, just 2 more times and then our workout, our speaking workout is finished. So don't give up now. Push yourself. Let's go. Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese, instantly hit it off, and quickly became inseparable, spending every waking moment together, be it checking out new restaurants they'd heard some buzz about, going to shows to experience the local music scene, or coughing up a pretty penny at expensive and exclusive speakeasy bars. And as their Japanese skills progressed, so did their friendship. So you can imagine how sad they were as the semester came to a close, until Tom suggested they extend their trip in Asia and check out Korea next. If this is the longest sentence you guys have ever spoken in your entire life, leave me a comment down in the comment section. Comment new record. So we've got a happy ending to the super sentence, right? So they're feeling really sad, right? You can imagine how sad they were until something happens. Tom makes a suggestion. He has an idea. He suggested they extend their trip. In other words, make their trip longer. Extend it, right? Make it longer. Extend their trip in Asia. Okay, so go somewhere else in Asia. Check out Korea next. So, Tom and Sarah, they love spending time together so much that they make a decision. They are going to extend the trip, make the trip longer so they can get a little extra time together, a little bonus time together. It's a cute ending to the story. Let's say this monster of a super sentence one more time, and then we will dive into some vocabulary and have a speaking cool down exercise. Quick speed, are you ready? Tom and Sarah met during a semester of study abroad in Japan, where they had both come to learn Japanese, instantly hit it off, and quickly became inseparable, spending every waking moment together, be it checking out new restaurants they'd heard some buzz about, going to shows to experience the local music scene, or coughing up a pretty penny at expensive and exclusive speakeasy bars. And as their Japanese skills progressed, so did their friendship. So you can imagine how sad they were as the semester came to a close, until Tom suggested they extend their trip in Asia and check out Korea next. If you made it this far in the video, take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back because you deserve it, my friend. You did an amazing job, and as your YouTube English teacher, I'm very proud of you. I'm going to give you guys a little break for a couple minutes. You don't need to talk. You don't need to speak. Just listen. I'm going to give you a bit more information about some of the colloquial expressions, the native sayings that we saw in this super sentence. The first one I want to talk about is hit it off. If you hit it off, as you might remember, it means you quickly become friendly or develop a good relationship with someone. For example, when we first met at the party, we really hit it off and ended up talking all night. You could also say, it's amazing how Tom and Sarah hit it off so well during their study abroad program. Here's another one. I was nervous about the interview, but I hit it off with the hiring manager, kind of like my example. Another expression we saw in the sentence was to become inseparable with someone, meaning to develop such a close relationship with someone that you spend almost all your time together. After working on the project together, Emma and Jake became inseparable. Yeah, they spent all this time working on the project together. Their bond, their relationship, their connection really deepened. It got a lot deeper, right? They became inseparable during their first year of university, attending every event together. So these two people, whoever they are, they became inseparable during their first year of university. Since joining the same club, Mia and Lucas have become inseparable friends. Since doing this, they have become inseparable. Be it, right? A phrase used to introduce examples or alternatives, meaning whether it's this, regardless of whether it is this or that, right? So she enjoys all kinds of music, be it classical or rock, okay? You can choose any dessert, be it ice cream, be it cake, or be it pie, be it ice cream, cake, or pie. He participates in outdoor activities, be it hiking, be it cycling, or be it kayaking, be it hiking, cycling, or kayaking. In the story, we also saw heard some buzz, meaning heard some positive talk or rumors about something or someone. So, like I said, this usually is used to describe something positive. You're hearing a lot of positive buzz about something or someone. I decided to try the new cafe because I heard some buzz about their amazing pastries. Heard some good things about the pastries, right? They went to the concert since they heard some buzz about the band's incredible performance. She joined the yoga class after hearing some buzz from her friends about its benefits, about the good things the class could do for her. Cough up a pretty penny, if you remember, was to spend a lot of money on something. We had to cough up a pretty penny for our vacation to Hawaii, but it was worth every dollar. He didn't want to cough up a pretty penny for the latest smartphone model, the latest model of smartphone. They had to cough up a pretty penny to get tickets to the sold-out concert. Yeah, if it's sold out, maybe there are still a few tickets left here and there, but if you want to get them, you're going to have to cough up a pretty penny. We could also say you're going to have to really shell out, spend a lot of money. I shelled out for these shoes. I really shelled out for the house. I really shelled out for the new car. You can imagine how. One more expression to talk about before we jump into the speaking cool down exercise. They worked late every night. You can imagine how exhausted they felt. Yeah, just think about it. You can imagine, right? After losing the championship, you can imagine how disappointed the team was. She forgot her umbrella on a rainy day. You can imagine how soaked she got, how wet she got, right? You guys should click the like button and leave a comment and become a channel member here at English is Easy with Connor. You can imagine how ecstatic, how super, super happy I would be if you did that. You know, these Super Sentences videos are really like a workout for your spoken English. And with every good workout, it's important to have a cool down session. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Take a look at this question. Have you ever been inseparable with someone? Who were they? Why were you guys so inseparable? Give some details. Have you ever been such good friends with someone that it's like you were inseparable? You wanted to spend all of your time together. I want you guys to push yourself to speak out loud for 1 minute. If you can't talk right now, if it's not convenient to talk, you can type, leave me a comment in the comment section. But I'd really like you to push yourself to speak, 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 talk, talk, talk for that full minute in response to this question. Now, I'm going to go first. Here's my minute. I'm going to give you a demonstration of what I'd like you to try and do. Here I go. Looking back on my middle school days, I had a very, very close friend, a really good friend named Evan. Okay? And Evan and I were totally inseparable. We were totally inseparable. You could not pull us apart. You could not separate us, right? We would do everything together. We would play video games together. We would hang out together between classes at school. After school, we would walk home together. So we really just had a lot in common. We had a lot of common interests, right? We liked a lot of the same things. We would have sleepovers all the time. He would sometimes be at my house for days and days, or I would be at his house for days and days. And looking back across my friendships, this one was definitely the deepest. We were totally inseparable. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Take that minute. Really challenge yourself to push all the way through. Go ahead. Okay, here we are at level 1. You can see that we have a pretty short sentence here. Now we're going to practice saying this sentence. And remember, you can do that in one of 2 ways. You can shadow me or pause the video and repeat back out loud. Let's give it a try at a slow speed. Here we go. Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe. One more time at a slow speed just to get a feel for this sentence. Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe. Okay. So, we have our main character here, a woman named Adriana. And what is Adriana doing? Well, she is joining a language exchange. Interesting. Have you guys ever been to one of these meetups before where lots of people who want to learn languages get together and speak different languages? Maybe there's a group of people practicing Spanish, a group of people practicing their English, and over here are the Japanese speakers, over there, the Chinese speakers. It looks like Adriana wants to learn a language, right? So she joins this language exchange. Where is it at? It's at a local cafe. So local, right? It's near where she lives. Let's say it again at a quick speed, and then we will level up and stretch the sentence, making it more challenging. Are you ready? Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe. One more time. Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe. Okay, check it out. We have added some blue text to this super sentence, making it longer and more challenging. Let's begin with a slow read of this new and improved sentence. Ready? Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers. Okay, so we are getting a bit more information about Adriana and why she is joining this language exchange. We see what she's hoping to do. She's hoping to pick up or learn some Spanish phrases or expressions, sayings, right? And she's hoping to pick these up from native speakers. Native speakers, in other words, people who grew up speaking the language and know it by heart. Know it by heart. Love this expression here, pick up. If you pick something up, then you learn it. It's just a very simple way to say you learn something. Last year, I picked up guitar. Recently, I've been picking up coding, right? My friend Jack picked up writing recently. In other words, they've started to learn how to do something, right? They're picking it up. One more time at a quick speed, and then we will level up again. Ready? Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers. I want you guys to pay attention to how quickly I say that too. It sounds more like ta. Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases. Hoping to pick up Spanish phrases. I don't really say to, do I? I say it very quickly. Here we are at level 3. Once again, we've added some blue text, stretching our super sentence, making it longer, making it more complex and challenging. Let's begin with a slow read together. Here we go. Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers, though she felt shy about speaking in front of strangers. Okay, so here the blue text is telling us how Adriana feels, right? She has these hopes of learning or picking up some Spanish phrases, but there is an obstacle here, right? There's a barrier to her doing this. There's a hurdle that she needs to get over. Those are just different ways of saying there's a slight problem here, right? She feels shy about speaking in front of strangers. Now, personally, as a language learner myself, you guys know I study Mandarin Chinese. This is something I can relate to. It's very tough for me to open up and speak Chinese around strangers. I feel embarrassed, I feel awkward, I feel uncomfortable. What about you guys? Do you feel comfortable speaking English in front of strangers or with strangers? Let me know down in the comments section how easy this is for you to do on a scale from 1 to 10. 10 meaning very difficult, 1 meaning piece of cake. Once more, quick speed, then we'll level up again. Here we go. Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers, though she felt shy about speaking in front of strangers. And here we are, level 4, getting a bit more serious now, adding even more to our super sentence. Let's dive in with a slow read. Here we go. Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers, though she felt shy about speaking in front of strangers, yet she still showed up every week to build her confidence. Okay, great. So even though Adriana is a little bit shy, a little bit clammed up around these strangers, she doesn't feel super comfortable yet. However, she still shows up every week to build her confidence. Yeah, guys, a big part of language fluency is finding that confidence, finding your voice in a new language. It can be very strange to start over with a new language, right? And it feels like you lose your personality, you lose your voice. So that's a challenge when you are learning a foreign language, to find that personality again, find that voice again. Once more, quick speed, and then we'll move on. Let's go. Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers, though she felt shy about speaking in front of strangers, yet she still showed up every week to build her confidence. How is this for you guys? Are you doing okay? Let's keep pushing, keep stretching this sentence. Now, here at level 5, I'd like to do something a little bit different. We're going to skip the slow read of the black portion of text and just focus on the blue part and then say the whole thing together at the end of level 5. So let's say this blue text together slowly. And help others practice English, jotting down tricky words she couldn't figure out right away. Okay, so Adriana, she is still showing up. She's building her confidence, right? She's trying to feel more comfortable and confident, even though she is shy around strangers. Okay, now as she's learning Spanish, she jots down tricky words that she can't figure out right away. What does that mean? If you jot something down, you write it down quickly. Yeah, if you jot something down, you don't spend a lot of time writing it. Okay, so she's quickly writing down or jotting down tricky words, difficult vocab. And these are, words that she couldn't figure out right away. So she sees the word or the phrase, she struggles with it. Okay, I'll jot it down for further study later on. Maybe she's going to review it when she gets home, right? Now, let's say the whole thing at a quick speed. Here we go. Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers, though she felt shy about speaking in front of strangers. Yet, she still showed up every week to build her confidence and help others practice English, jotting down tricky words she couldn't figure out right away. So she's doing all of these things to practice her Spanish and help the other members of this language exchange work on their English as well, even as a nitpicking perfectionist pointed out her every minor error. We've got a problem in the story. She's doing all of these positive things to help herself and help other people, but something bad is happening at the same time. Someone in the group is a nitpicking perfectionist. Ooh, what does this mean? A perfectionist is someone who wants everything to be perfect. They expect everything to be perfect, even in other people. So this perfectionist is nitpicking and pointing out Adriana's every minor error. Okay, they're nitpicking. That means they're finding small problems with things that she says. Maybe, Adriana, she says a sentence in Spanish and it's 99% correct. But this perfectionist, they like to nitpick, right? They like to find small problems. So they say, 1%. Yeah, that 1% was not correct or incorrect. They focus on the small problems instead of appreciating all of the things that Adriana does right, does correctly, right? So they point out her every minor error, every little mistake. Minor means small. Error means mistake. So every little thing she does wrong, this perfectionist says, I heard that. I saw that. You did it wrong. Ooh, that is frustrating, right? Let's say the whole thing at a quick speed. Are you ready? Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers, though she felt shy about speaking in front of strangers. Yet she still showed up every week to build her confidence and help others practice English, jotting down tricky words she couldn't figure out right away, even as a nitpicking perfectionist pointed out her every minor error. So this nitpicking perfectionist, they're making her feel really bad until she, Adriana, decided she wouldn't let such negativity hold her back. So Adriana decides to stand up for herself and make a decision, right? What does she decide? She decides that she is not going to let or allow such negativity hold her back. This nitpicking perfectionist is a very negative person. They bring a lot of negative energy to this mostly positive study group, right? And so Adriana makes a decision. She's not going to let that small amount of negativity hold her back or prevent her, stop her, keep her from accomplishing what she goes there to do. She is not going to be held back. She is going to keep pushing on and accomplish her goal of mastering Spanish. That's why she's going, right? Okay, quick speed. Are you ready? Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers, though she felt shy about speaking in front of strangers. Yet she still showed up every week to build her confidence and help others practice English, jotting down tricky words she couldn't figure out right away, even as a nitpicking perfectionist pointed out her every minor error until she decided she wouldn't let such negativity hold her back. Level 8, this is getting really difficult, really serious, guys. Let's see. She makes a decision, right, that she's not going to let this negativity hold her back or keep her down, keep her from progressing, making progress, right? So she hung out with kinder members afterward to chat about random topics like music and food. Okay, so she makes this decision. I'm not gonna let this get to me. Get to me. In other words, I'm not going to allow this to affect me, right? So she starts to hang out or spend time with, right, kinder members. Other members of the language exchange group who are kinder or nicer, more friendly, right? They start hanging out afterward, after the meeting to chat, make small talk, just have conversation about random topics. What's random? Means could be this, could be that, could be over here or over there, could be anything. A random topic like weather, a random topic like music, like food, right? The topics are all over the place. Let's read it again. Quick speed. Here we go. Then we'll level up. Guys, we're almost done. Keep pushing. Don't give up now. Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers. Though she felt shy about speaking in front of strangers, yet she still showed up every week to build her confidence and help others practice English, jotting down tricky words she couldn't figure out right away. Even as a nitpicking perfectionist pointed out her every minor error until she decided she wouldn't let such negativity hold her back. So she hung out with kinder members afterward to chat about random topics like music and food. Whew, how are you guys doing? Is this too difficult? Not difficult enough? Just right for your level? Let me know down in the comment section. Okay, so here at level 9, Adriana is trying to avoid this negative person. She's hanging out with kinder members of this club. They're talking about random topics like music and food. Although, the perfectionist's remarks still tested her patience. Okay, so even though she's trying really hard to ignore this person, this is a hard word to say, the perfectionist's remarks, the things the perfectionist is saying, the comments this person is making, these comments still tested her patience. If your patience is tested, then you are trying really hard not to blow up and get angry. But it's very difficult, right? She feels like she's about to have an angry outburst and yell at this nitpicking perfectionist, this negative person, right? But she's trying very, very hard. She's keeping it together or holding it together, we sometimes say. If you're very close to having an angry explosion, but you're still, keeping it inside, we call that barely holding it together or barely keeping it together. When was the last time you guys were in a situation where you barely held it together or you barely kept it together? Let me know in the comments. Besides YouTube, I have another job teaching English, and I teach kids at this job. Well, I'm a very patient person, but I have to admit that sometimes with certain students, I barely keep it together. I barely hold it together because these students misbehave so badly. We can also say they really push my buttons. They really push my buttons, or they really grind my gears. They really make me angry, and it's hard not to have an angry episode, right? Okay, let's say this again and then level up to level 10, which is the final level of today's super sentence. Let's give it a try. Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers, though she felt shy about speaking in front of strangers. Yet, she still showed up every week to build her confidence and help others practice English, jotting down tricky words she couldn't figure out right away. Even as a nitpicking perfectionist pointed out her every minor error until she decided she wouldn't let such negativity hold her back. So she hung out with kinder members afterward to chat about random topics like music and food, although the perfectionist's remarks still tested her patience. I feel like this final blue chunk here is very tricky to say. You have to be careful. Perfectionist's remarks still tested. Yeah, there's a lot of S's in that chunk. Perfectionist's remarks still tested her patience. Yeah, there's a lot of s, so be careful with that part. Maybe slow the video down or pause it and say it a couple more times out loud to get used to it. Okay, so Adriana's patience is still being tested by this perfectionist, even though she's trying her best not to blow up on this person. So what happens? Her patience is tested, prompting her to drill vocabulary at home until she could finally stand her ground in Spanish and prove the bully wrong. Okay, so the perfectionist's remarks, the things she says, or could be a he or she, the remarks and the behavior, the things they do, this prompts Adriana or gives her a reason to do something. To do what? Drill vocab at home. What is drill vocab? Drill it, do it again and again and again. Anything that she's struggling with, she drills. She practices it over and over and over, right? That's called drilling. If there's something you're struggling with, you tackle it, you do it again and again and again. So she does this at home until she could finally stand her ground in Spanish. Basically, that means she's feeling really confident about her skills and abilities, right? She's not so shaky anymore. She's not so wibbly wobbly. She feels solid. She feels powerful, right? In Spanish. And because of this, because of all her drilling, all of her hard work, finally, she can prove the bully wrong. She can say, look, there's nothing for you to nitpick. There's nothing for you to point out. I'm not even making minor errors, right? Minor errors, small mistakes. My Spanish is so good and I feel so confident that I'm proving you wrong. This bully or person who is bullying her, right? All right, guys, here's the moment of truth. The moment of truth, the big moment in our lesson. Can you say this level 10 sentence out loud? Can you do it? This is the final boss of today's video. And it's not easy. You might have to take many, many breaths. You might have to pause the video and say it very slowly. But if you feel up to it, if you feel like you want to try, then let's say it together. Are you ready? Adriana joined a language exchange at a local cafe, hoping to pick up Spanish phrases from native speakers, though she felt shy about speaking in front of strangers. Yet she still showed up every week to build her confidence and help others practice English, jotting down tricky words she couldn't figure out right away, even as a nitpicking perfectionist pointed out her every minor error, until she decided she wouldn't let such negativity hold her back. So she hung out with kinder members afterward to chat about random topics like music and food, although the perfectionist's remarks still tested her patience, prompting her to drill vocabulary at home until she could finally stand her ground in Spanish and prove the bully wrong. If you made it this far in the video, take your hand. Give yourself a pat on the back to congratulate yourself because you deserve it, my friend. You are doing a fantastic job. This is not easy. Even for a native speaker to talk this much is pretty tiring, pretty taxing, pretty exhausting. Let's end today's video with speaking cool down. Yeah, my videos, especially my super sentences videos, are like a workout. And with every workout, it's important to have a cool down at the end. So here's what we're going to do. We have 3 questions we are going to discuss together. First, I'm going to respond to each of these 3 questions, talking for 1 minute, and this will be a chance for you to practice your listening skills. Listen to the way a native speaker might reply to this question. Then, it will be your turn to speak. And I want you guys to push yourself to speak for the full minute. Even if you're 30 seconds in, you don't know what else to say, just say everything you've already said again, or talk about something else. The important part is to talk, talk, talk. Practice speaking. Question 1 is, have you ever been to a language exchange, just like the one Adriana went to in our story today? What was the experience like? If not, would you be willing to try? So let's begin by responding to this. I'll go first. Here I go. All right. So yeah, I have been to a language exchange. You know, I remember years ago in China, I really wanted to practice my Chinese. I wanted to improve my Chinese and get better, especially with speaking, because I'm sure, like many of you guys, I didn't have that many opportunities in daily life to speak. I wanted more. So I checked out this meetup. You know, there's an app called Meetup. It was a language exchange. And I went across town. It was kind of fun. I met some new people, had some drinks, but it was a little frustrating because the only other people there were Chinese people wanting to learn English. I wanted to speak Chinese. They wanted to speak English. We were kind of at an impasse, right? So that was a little frustrating, and I ended up speaking English the whole night. Okay, that was my response. Now it's your turn. Take that minute. Push yourself to fill up the entire minute. Go for it. Here's question number 2. Do you feel that nerves or nervousness, feeling anxious, feeling nervous, right, prevents you or holds you back from speaking English as well as you could? In other words, do you think nerves are getting in the way of speaking English more fluently, right? If so, how do you deal with this nervousness? So, if you do get nervous and your nervousness to speak is a problem, talk about that. How do you deal with it? How do you handle it, right? And if nervousness is not a problem for you, talk about why it's not. I'll go first. Here's my minute. Here's my demonstration. So, for me personally, when I'm speaking Chinese, I definitely do feel that nerves and nervousness, yeah, it's a big part of my inability to speak sometimes. It really prevents me from speaking, and that's a shame, right? For any language learner, that's a real shame because you spend so much time and energy learning the language, wanting to do well, and then you just can't speak. That's terrible, right? So something I've been doing recently is starting each sentence very slowly. Like before I might say, 比如说这个事情怎么怎么样, blah, 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 blah. But now I say like this, 比如说这个事情会怎么怎么样, right? I slow down the beginning of the sentence so I can think a little bit more about what I want to say. And that's been helping me recently. You guys can try that if you want. That was my 1 minute response. Now it's your turn. Take that minute and go for it. Okay, question 3, our final opportunity to speak today. What's the question? It's important to make learning fun. Besides language exchanges, what are some other fun ideas for studying English? Now, I love this question. And this one, after you're finished responding out loud, I really encourage you to share in the comments section as well, because people are always looking for good ways to learn, to study the language, right? If you know something really, really good, something fun, something that makes language learning more enjoyable, please post a comment, let us know. I'll go first. Here's my minute. Okay, so I do have some ideas for how to make learning English more fun. And actually, I was going to make an entire video about this topic. I think I still will, probably next week or so. But let me just share briefly, quickly, a couple of my ideas with you guys. Number 1 on the list is YouTube, right? YouTube is such an amazing language learning tool. Find a way to use YouTube. There are captions, right? Subtitles, interesting vloggers, interesting content. There are a million ways to learn with YouTube. But also, try learning with a video game. Here's a great recommendation. There's a video game called Animal Crossing that's all about living in a small town and being social. So most of the game is just talking and conversations in English. You guys can check that out if you're interested. Okay, that was my response. Now it's your turn. It's your final chance to speak today. So really push yourself all the way through that minute. Go ahead. You can say with me or pause the video and repeat back after me. Let's give it a try at a slow speed. Ready? James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day. One more time. James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day. All right, so we can see our story has a main character. This story is going to be about James. Yeah, and what does James do? Well, James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day. Now, I don't know about you guys, but that sounds really difficult. That sounds tough. Yeah, not easy to do, difficult, tough. If it were me, I'm not sure I'd be able to do it. Let's say this a few more times at a quick speed to get comfortable with it, and then we will stretch it and make it longer and more complex. James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day. Again. James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day. James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day. As you can see, we've leveled up to level 2, right? And some blue text has been added to our sentence. We've taken the sentence and stretched it longer. Let's start by reading the sentence at a slow speed. Here we go. James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to start his morning routine. Again, James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to start his morning routine. Now pay attention to the way I say this word. It's not to, it's ta. because in English, sometimes we're a little lazy and we don't want to put so much energy into saying a word. To start his morning routine. Takes too much energy, right? So we just say to start his morning routine. To start his morning routine. But what is a morning routine? Yeah, a routine is how you go about your day. And a morning routine is how you go about your morning. What are the things you do in the morning to prepare for the day, to get ready for the day, right? You can have a morning routine, things you do in the morning, an afternoon routine, things you do in the afternoon, and maybe a nighttime routine. What are the things you do at night? Maybe to wind down. Wind down. That means to start to slow down, start to relax, start to get ready for bed or prepare for bed, right? Let's say it one more time, quick speed, then we will level up again and make it even more challenging. Ready? James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to start his morning routine. At level 3, a big chunk of blue text has been added to our super sentence. Let's just take a look at this blue text first, saying it together slowly. Here we go. Which includes a 30-minute workout to get his body moving. One more time. Which includes a 30-minute workout to get his body moving. Okay, so we are learning more about James's 5 a.m. morning routine, right? Now we are learning what is included in the morning routine, or we could say what the morning routine includes. Yeah, like if you take a look at the morning routine, what kinds of things can you see? What kind of stuff does he do, right? Which includes a 30-minute workout. Why does he do a 30-minute workout? Well, to get his body moving. Yeah, to warm up, to warm his body up, right? Okay, let's say the whole thing at a quick speed. Are you ready? James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to start his morning routine, which includes a 30-minute workout to get his body moving. Level 4, let's start by saying the blue text together. Here we go. Followed by a cold shower to boost his energy. Okay, so James, he wakes up at 5, right? He starts his morning routine. He begins with a 30-minute workout just to get his body moving. Then he follows that workout by taking a cold shower to boost his energy. Yeah, if you take a cold shower, wow, it snaps you into being awake, right? It's like drinking a cup of coffee. It wakes you up really quickly, doesn't it? So that gives him an energy boost. Or we could say it gives him a boost of energy. Let's say this whole thing one more time, then level up again. Are you ready? James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to start his morning routine, which includes a 30-minute workout to get his body moving, followed by a cold shower to boost his energy. Now, here at level 5, we can see some blue text has been added down here. Let's read it together slowly. And a ginger shot to kickstart his metabolism. Okay, so after James wakes up at 5, he does his 30-minute workout just to get his body moving. You know, he takes his cold shower to boost his energy. Then he takes a ginger shot, a little health shot with ginger in it, right? Why does he do this? Well, to kickstart his metabolism. If you kickstart something, then you get it going. You get it started, right? For example, Let's pretend that it's my birthday, right? And I want to go out and have a really fun day with my friends. Well, maybe we kickstart the day by getting brunch together in the late morning. We get some food, we get some drinks, we hang out. This kickstarts the day. It gets it started, it gets it going. Metabolism is kind of an advanced word here. It's a body science word, partly meaning how quickly you can process energy and burn fat. If you have a slow metabolism, you burn fat slowly in your body. If you have a fast metabolism, you burn fat more quickly, right? So some people think taking a ginger shot gets your metabolism going, gets it started, or we can say kickstarts your metabolism. Let's say the whole thing together one time, then level up again and make it more challenging. Here we go. James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to start his morning routine, which includes a 30-minute workout to get his body moving, followed by a cold shower to boost his energy and a ginger shot to kickstart his metabolism. Okay, so James does all of this in the morning, and that's to take care of his body, right? That's all about bodily health, taking care of his physical health, we could also say. But what about afterwards? Let's read the blue text here together slowly. Before heading to a shared workspace to begin his workday. Okay, so after James does all of these things in the morning to take care of his body, he heads or goes to a shared workspace in order to begin his workday, right? So a shared workspace could be like a big office where everyone is kind of doing their own thing, working individually on their own projects, but alone together, right? If you've ever seen like a WeWork, think of something like that. We can say a shared workspace, a shared office, maybe a co-working space is fine too. He does this to begin his workday. Okay, let's say the whole thing again, then level up once more. Are you ready? James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to start his morning routine, which includes a 30-minute workout to get his body moving, followed by a cold shower to boost his energy, and a ginger shot to kickstart his metabolism before heading to a shared workspace to begin his workday. Let's read the blue together here at level 7, where he enjoys the quiet atmosphere before other people arrive. Okay, so when James gets to this shared workspace, when he arrives, it's still very early, even though he has already done so many things in his morning routine, right? Don't forget that he woke up at the crack of dawn. 5 a.m. Sometimes in English we say the crack of dawn, a very spoken English expression that means super, super early, crazy early, right? He woke up at the crack of dawn and he did all of these things. Then he got to his shared workspace. He's probably the first one there. It's probably only 7 a.m., 6:30 a.m., something like this. And when he gets there, because he's the only person there, he enjoys the quiet atmosphere before other people arrive. It's kind of nice to have the whole office for himself, right? Or we can say he gets the whole office for himself. Yeah, he's not distracted by any of the other workers in the office. Yeah, the atmosphere, the vibe of the office, the way the office feels, right, is very quiet, very chill, very relaxing, without all of the other workers rushing around, taking calls, making noise to disrupt the atmosphere, right? Let's say this whole thing one more time. Are you ready? James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to start his morning routine, which includes a 30-minute workout to get his body moving, followed by a cold shower to boost his energy and a ginger shot to kickstart his metabolism before heading to a shared workspace to begin his workday, where he enjoys the quiet atmosphere before other people arrive. I know this is starting to feel like such a mouthful. The difficulty is getting really hard, right? But don't give up, guys, because the more we stretch this sentence, the more we push ourselves out of our comfort zones, the more progress we can make with our spoken English, with our confidence, with our vocab. So keep going. We're here at level 8. Let's say the blue together. Are you ready? Allowing him to focus deeply on his tasks without distractions. Okay, so we are learning more about the benefits or the good things that this quiet atmosphere does for James. Okay, we're learning about why this quiet atmosphere is so great, is so good, right? It provides him, quiet. It provides him solitude. We can also say he's alone and it's quiet, so that we can say is solitude. It also allows him to focus deeply on his tasks without, really great word here, distractions, without anything taking his mind off what he should be doing or distracting him. Sometimes when I'm making these videos, my dog is outside of my office, scratching at the door, barking, whining, these kinds of things. That's a big distraction, right? So sometimes I wish that I had a shared workspace, and I wish I could get there early and enjoy this quiet atmosphere. This would allow me to focus or concentrate, we could also say, and get some deep work done or work deeply. Let's say it again, and then we will level up to level 9. Ooh, this is getting really intense. Are you ready? James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to start his morning routine, which includes a 30-minute workout to get his body moving, followed by a cold shower to boost his energy, and a ginger shot to kickstart his metabolism before heading to a shared workspace to begin his workday, where he enjoys the quiet atmosphere before other people arrive, allowing him to focus deeply on his tasks without distractions. Woo! Level 9. Woo, this is going to be a bit tough. Let's start by reading the blue text here. Here we go. Often knocking out the most challenging tasks first, so the rest of the day feels easier. I love this mentality, this work mentality or mindset or way of thinking about things, right? He often knocks out the most challenging tasks first. Okay, tasks, things he needs to do, right? He knocks out the most challenging ones first. Knocks out, very spoken English, very colloquial expression, meaning he takes care of these first. He finishes these first. He does the hardest stuff first so that the rest of the day feels easier. Another way of saying this is he gets the hard stuff out of the way. He gets it out of the way first. That way he can, take his time and take it a little bit easy, taking care of the rest of the tasks, which are much easier than the difficult tasks, the challenging tasks. I like to work this way as well. If I'm planning my day and I know that one thing in particular is very tough, challenging, maybe time-consuming, or takes up a lot of time, right? Then I like to knock it out first or get it out of the way first. That way, it's not hanging over my head. hanging over my head, or I'm not thinking about it, worrying about it all day, right? Okay, let's read the whole thing. Guys, we're so close. After this, there's just one more level. Really push your way through. It might feel uncomfortable, but that's good. That means you're making progress. Let's go. James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to start his morning routine, which includes a 30-minute workout to get his body moving, followed by a cold shower to boost his energy, and a ginger shot to kickstart his metabolism before heading to a shared workspace to begin his workday, where he enjoys the quiet atmosphere before other people arrive, allowing him to focus deeply on his tasks without distractions, often knocking out the most challenging tasks first so the rest of the day feels easier. Okay, guys, here we are at the final boss of today's video. This level 10 super sentence is really tough. It's really challenging, okay? But I know you can do it. Let's take a look at the blue text that we've added first and read it together. Leaving him with more free time in the afternoon to kick back or pursue hobbies. Love it. Okay, so basically we're learning more about why he knocks out the most challenging tasks first, okay? If he knocks out the most challenging tasks first, if he takes care of those before he does the easy stuff, that leaves him with more free time in the afternoon to kick back or pursue hobbies. Okay, so if you kick back, that's another way of saying relax. Unwind, we could also say. Take it easy, right? If you kick back and relax, then you're just resting, okay? Or pursue hobbies is something else he can do in the afternoon, right? Pursue hobbies. If you pursue hobbies, that's just a fancy way of saying you do stuff you like to do, right? Maybe build models, maybe write, paint, draw, these kinds of things, right? Okay, here we go. Our final read of this sentence. Now, guys, when we finish this, stick around till the end of the video because I have a really fun speaking cool down exercise planned for the last part of the video. But first, let's knock this out. Let's knock out the most challenging task first. Are you ready? James wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to start his morning routine, which includes a 30-minute workout to get his body moving, followed by a cold shower to boost his energy and a ginger shot to kickstart his metabolism before heading to a shared workspace to begin his workday, where he enjoys the quiet atmosphere before other people arrive, allowing him to focus deeply on his tasks without distractions, often knocking out the most challenging tasks first so the rest of the day feels easier, leaving him with more free time in the afternoon to kick back or pursue hobbies. If you made it this far in the video, I want you to take your hand and give yourself a pat on the back to congratulate yourself because you deserve it, my friend. You are putting lots of hard work into your English studies, and very soon it will start to pay off. If you watch one of my videos every day, I guarantee that quickly, very quickly, you will start to see progress. You will feel yourself get more confident. You will realize that the words you've been learning are popping up in everyday life. You will be more inspired to continue your English learning journey. All right, my friends, now that we have knocked out today's super sentence, now that we've knocked out all 10 levels, it's time for a cool down. Yeah, speaking cool down, every good workout needs a cool down. So that's what we're going to do now. basically, here's the plan. We are going to take a look at 3 questions together relating to the super sentence story. We're going to practice talking out loud for 1 minute, responding to the questions. Now, I know that sounds a little scary, but as long as you try, that's good enough. Okay, so here's question 1. How do you feel about becoming a member of the 5 a.m. club? The 5 a.m. club is basically people who wake up at 5 a.m. Yeah, a lot of people take that very seriously. They're very proud to be a member of the 5 a.m. club, right? So how do you feel about becoming a member? In other words, do you think you would be able to wake up at 5 a.m. every day? Or maybe you already do. We are going to push ourselves to speak for the full minute. But first, I will go, and you can practice your listening skills, okay? So just watch and listen to me as I respond to this question first. Here I go. I think the 5 a.m. club has always been attractive to me. It's always been kind of an exciting thought to me. You know, what if, right? What if I could wake up super early at the crack of dawn before anyone else and get a leg up on the day? What does that mean? That means, get an advantage, get a head start before anyone else. That's always been a very appealing, a very attractive idea to me. But in practice, or in reality, it's just too hard. I'm someone who stays up late, way later than I should. And so waking up early is not super realistic for me. It's really tough. How about you guys? That was my minute. Now it's your turn. Take your minute and keep talking. If you don't know what else to say, that's all right. Just talk about something else. The purpose is to keep pushing through that full minute. Go ahead. Okay, guys, here's question 2. Have you ever tried taking a cold shower or an ice bath? What do you think your reaction would be? Yeah, we're talking a lot about, health stuff, right? Health routines in today's video. And cold showers have been very popular in recent years, or ice baths, right? Taking a bathtub, filling it up with ice, and then getting in and seeing if you can stay in for 2 or 3 minutes, something like that, right? So how do you think you would react to this? Or maybe you do it already. Take your minute and let me know. But first, listen to my response. Here I go. A couple years ago, I got really into this idea of taking a cold shower every day or taking an ice bath every day. And I actually bought supplies for it online. I bought a big plastic tub, and I took the tub and I put it out on my balcony. And I got a hose so I could send cold water into the tub on the balcony, and I would get big bags of ice. And actually, there was a period of time
when I was doing it every day, was taking an ice bath or a cold shower. And I have to say, I could feel the benefits, right? The benefits felt very real. Now, I stopped doing it because I got lazy eventually, but I would recommend giving it a try. That was my response. Now it's your turn. Take that minute, push all the way through. Go ahead. Here we are, the final opportunity to speak in today's video. Question 3, are you able to be productive from home, or do you have to leave the house to get work done? I think this is a really interesting question, right? Because work from home has been such a big thing, such a big topic since COVID a few years ago. So, I'll go first. Here's my response. I am the kind of person, the type of person who cannot trust himself to work from home. There's just too many distractions for me, right? If I'm just left to my own devices, there's a great expression. If I'm just left on my own, left to my own devices, I will play PlayStation. I will play computer games. I will scroll on the internet and end up not getting much done. So for me, it's important that if I'm going to actually get something done, I go to a coffee shop, I go to a shared workspace, I go to an office space, because that just puts me in a mental space where I can focus and get work done. That was my minute. That's my response. How about you? Last chance to talk, guys. Take that full minute. Make sure you talk all the way through, and then we're all finished for today. Go for it. If you don't know how to study English effectively, I've got great news. You found the right YouTube channel. Just watch one of my videos every day. Done. You can start with my Super Sentences playlist. And guys, if you want to take this seriously, become a channel member. You can get PDFs in order to review my videos, my lessons, make sure you don't forget anything. You can get bonus content, hours and hours of extra videos. You can get access to my English book club if you like learning English through reading books. and you can support me. I'm just one guy writing all the scripts by myself, shooting the videos, editing the videos, uploading the videos. I do everything by myself. I don't take any sponsors. I don't take any ads in my videos. This is a great way to support me and keep me going. Without the support of my members, I simply could not do what I do. Here we are at level 1. We have a short sentence here. Let's take a look. You can say with me or pause and repeat. Let's go. George updated his resume. Again, George updated his resume. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to these S sounds because actually they're more like Z sounds, right? George updated. I don't say his, I don't say resume, I say his resume. So these are like Z sounds, right? All right, so we have a main character here, this guy George. What is George doing? Well, he is updating his resume. A resume is what you use when you are applying for jobs, right? Trying to get a new job. Sometimes it's also called a CV, right? So maybe George hasn't updated his resume in a long time. It's a bit outdated. Outdated, right? Outdated. If something is outdated, you need to update it, right? So that's what he's doing. He updates his resume. Maybe he's getting ready to apply for jobs. Let's say this a few more times to get comfortable with it. Then we will level up and see what happens next in the story. Ready? George updated his resume. Again, George updated his resume. One more time. George updated his resume. Now, here at level 2, you can see some blue text has been added to our sentence. We've stretched it longer, right? So let's first take a look at the blue text. He updated his resume to apply for jobs online. Okay, we're getting some more information here about why George updated his resume, right? He updated it to apply for jobs online. We could also say, in order to apply for jobs online. Okay, so maybe he has a few jobs in mind, meaning he knows what he wants to apply for. Maybe that position would be good. Maybe that role would be a good fit for me, right? So he's updated his resume and he did this to apply for jobs online, not in person, online. Let's say the whole sentence together 2 times. Are you ready? George updated his resume to apply for jobs online. One more time. George updated his resume to apply for jobs online. Here we are, level 3. As you can see, even more blue text has been added, making the sentence even more challenging. So first, let's take a look at the blue text, the new addition to this sentence. Ideally, hoping to find remote work. Okay, so now we have an even clearer picture of what George is hoping to do, right? He's going to apply for jobs online. Ideally, right, if he could have his say, if he could choose, right, if it was up to him, ideally, he's hoping to find remote work. Work that you can do anywhere. That is the beauty of remote work. It can be done anywhere, right? You jump on your laptop, you take care of whatever it is you need to do online. There are no points in the job where you need to be in person, doing something in person, right? It's all done online. And then you close your laptop and go about your day. That's the beauty of remote work. So ideally, in an ideal world, in an ideal scenario, right, George would find some remote work. Okay, let's read this whole thing. Are you ready? George updated his resume to apply for jobs online, ideally hoping to find remote work. How about one more time? George updated his resume to apply for jobs online, ideally hoping to find remote work. Now, here we are at level 4. We've added more blue text. Let's read that first. In order to maintain his digital nomad lifestyle. Okay, so ideally, he's hoping to find remote work that he can do from his computer anywhere in the world, right? And ideally, he's hoping for this kind of job in order to maintain his digital nomad lifestyle. So George has a very particular kind of lifestyle, a way of living. And that lifestyle is a digital nomad lifestyle. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the digital nomad lifestyle or not, but it's all about having freedom, right? Working from your laptop, traveling wherever you want, whenever you want, not being tied down to a physical location. So if you have a traditional office job, right? You drive your car to the office every day, you clock out, you drive home, you have an apartment or a house, right? Maybe you even own that house. That is not a digital nomad lifestyle because you can't just pick up and go somewhere new if you want to. You are tied down, right? It's not super convenient in some ways. So this kind of lifestyle is important to George, and he wants to maintain it, right? He wants to keep having that lifestyle. He doesn't want to give it up or sacrifice that lifestyle for the sake of a job. He doesn't want to sacrifice the lifestyle for the sake of a job, okay? So let's say this whole thing. Are you ready? George updated his resume to apply for jobs online, ideally hoping to find remote work in order to maintain his digital nomad lifestyle, but also staying open to the possibility of relocating. Okay, so sounds like George is being realistic. He's being realistic. Ideally, right? In a perfect situation, he would want that digital nomad lifestyle, that remote work, right? But he's staying open to the possibility of relocating. What does it mean to relocate? Well, maybe I live in New York, right? But I get a job offer in London. Now, this is a really good job, and it's a very attractive package that they are offering me, like salary, benefits, these sorts of things. There is a downside here. The only downside is I have to relocate. I have to move from New York to London, right? So it sounds like George is staying open to the possibility of relocating. Maybe it's not ideal for him, right? But he's open to that possibility should the opportunity present itself. Should the opportunity arise, we can also say. If he gets a chance to do that, basically, then he's open-minded. All right, let's say this whole thing and then level up again. Are you ready? George updated his resume to apply for jobs online, ideally hoping to find remote work in order to maintain his digital nomad lifestyle, but also staying open to the possibility of relocating. Then saw he had received a reply from a recruiter. Okay, that's exciting. So George, he updated his resume. He's ideally hoping for this, but he's open to the possibility of that, right? He's thinking about this job hunting process. Then he saw he had received a reply from a recruiter, a job recruiter. Okay, so this is exciting. Maybe he's going to get an interview. Maybe he's going to get a chance at one of these jobs that he's interested in, right? A recruiter is somebody who helps connect potential job candidates and the companies who want to hire them, right? So maybe the recruiter, they reach out to people who might be a good fit for the role or the job, the position, however you want to say it. And then the recruiter will maybe set up the interview and help to connect the two parties, okay? Guys, this is starting to get pretty hairy. It's starting to get tricky and difficult. Are you ready to say this entire thing? Let's give it a try. George updated his resume to apply for jobs online, ideally hoping to find remote work in order to maintain his digital nomad lifestyle, but also staying open to the possibility of relocating. Then saw he had received a reply from a recruiter who wanted to know if he was available for an interview in half an hour. Ooh, that's unexpected. That's very sudden, right? I wonder if George is going to be able to prepare for this interview with only half an hour's heads up, with only half an hour's notice, right? Only being informed about it 30 minutes in advance. These are all different ways of saying the same thing. Guys, are you ready to tackle this giant super sentence together? Take a deep breath and let's give it a try. George updated his resume to apply for jobs online, ideally hoping to find remote work in order to maintain his digital nomad lifestyle, but also staying open to the possibility of relocating. Then saw he had received a reply from a recruiter who wanted to know if he was available for an interview in half an hour. Level 8. This is getting really serious. This is a giant super sentence. So there's this recruiter who wants to know if George will be available for an interview in half an hour, causing him to scramble in preparation. Yeah, this causes George or makes him do something. What does it cause him to do? What does it make him do? Scramble in preparation. This is kind of a funny, very spoken English word. If you scramble, then you are kind of panicking. You are running all over the place, trying to gather up the things you need, trying to throw everything together in order to get ready to do something or to do something, right? So George is scrambling to get ready for this interview. Should we try saying the whole thing? Here we go. George updated his resume to apply for jobs online, ideally hoping to find remote work in order to maintain his digital nomad lifestyle, but also staying open to the possibility of relocating. Then saw he had received a reply from a recruiter who wanted to know if he was available for an interview in half an hour, causing him to scramble in preparation. George is freaking out. He's panicking. He is scrambling around trying to get ready for this interview. So he's doing all of that in preparation. booting up his laptop and throwing on a dress shirt. Okay, if you boot up your laptop, your computer, okay, that means you turn it on. It's just a spoken English way of saying you turn on your computer. We really only use this expression for computers. It sounds a little weird if I say boot up the TV, boot up my phone, boot up my headphones. Yeah, with other electronics, it doesn't sound correct, but it works for a computer. He boots up his laptop and he throws on a dress shirt. If you throw something on, obviously you are in a rush, you are in a big hurry, and you don't have a lot of time. So you throw it on, right? All right, guys, are you ready? This is level 9. There's only one more after this. We are so close. Let's say this super sentence together. Are you ready? George updated his resume to apply for jobs online, ideally hoping to find remote work in order to maintain his digital nomad lifestyle, but also staying open to the possibility of relocating. Then saw he had received a reply from a recruiter who wanted to know if he was available for an interview in half an hour, causing him to scramble in preparation, booting up his laptop and throwing on a dress shirt. George is scrambling, he's booting up his laptop, he's throwing on a dress shirt, he's doing all of this before totally nailing the interview. Nice. We've got a happy ending to this super sentence. George does all of that, and then he totally nails the interview. What does it mean if you totally nail something? Another way we could say that is you crush it, right? You really do a great job. You pass with flying colors is another expression you sometimes hear. Like, you aced it, right? Kind of like taking a test. If you totally nail a test, you get 100%. If you crush it on a test, you get 100%. If you ace it, you get 100%. Lots of different ways of saying the same thing. Okay, let's say this one last time and then move on to our speaking cool down activity. Are you ready? George updated his resume to apply for jobs online, ideally hoping to find remote work in order to maintain his digital nomad lifestyle, but also staying open to the possibility of relocating. Then saw he had received a reply from a recruiter who wanted to know if he was available for an interview in half an hour, causing him to scramble in preparation, booting up his laptop and throwing on a dress shirt before totally nailing the interview. If you guys made it all the way through this super sentence, then you totally nailed this video. You totally nailed this exercise. So take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back because you deserve it, my friend. And as your YouTube English teacher, I'm very proud of you. Moving on to our speaking cool down. We have 3 questions that we are going to practice responding to. Now, first I will respond and you can practice your English listening skills. I will push myself to speak for a full minute in response to these 3 questions. Then it will be your turn. You will take that minute and you will try to talk all the way through. It might feel a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah, there might be some discomfort there. It might be a bit of a challenge, but trust me, discomfort means growth. It means you are pushing yourself out of your comfort zone. So this is really necessary to get where you want to be as an English speaker. Like I always say, no pain, no gain. So let's take a look at question 1. Do you prefer in-person work or remote work, and why? Okay, so do you want to have an office job in person, physically at the office, Or maybe remote work is more your speed. Yeah, maybe that's more your thing. Okay, so let's respond to this question. I'll go first. Here's my minute. If I'm being honest, I don't think anyone would choose in person work if they had a choice. If people were given a decision, if they were given a choice between in person work and remote work, I think 99 out of 100 people would pick remote work. Why? For convenience, right? Remote work. That lifestyle is so convenient. If you want to work from home, you can do that. If you want to go see your friend, take a trip, you can go do that and work as you go. You are not bound to a physical location. You are not stuck. You are not tied down. You are not held down, right? So for me, it's all about freedom. And that's partly why I love YouTube. And I'm not full time on YouTube, but that might be nice someday to totally work remotely. That was my reply. Now it's your turn. Take that minute, push all the way through. Go for it. I know you can do it. Question two, taking a closer look at that remote work digital nomad lifestyle. The question is, does the digital nomad lifestyle appeal to you? Is it appealing or attractive or interesting to you? What about it is appealing or interesting or attractive? Once again, I'll go first. Here's my minute. We talked about this a little bit already in question one, but I think one thing that's really appealing to me is the sense of freedom, right? The freedom to go where you want, to set your own hours, set your own schedule, work from wherever. I mean, that's a very rare thing to have in this life, right? So I think that's great. But something else I love about the digital nomad lifestyle is the different locations, the different destinations that offer this sort of lifestyle, right? Like this sort of thing is really popular in like Indonesia, Bali, Thailand, Vietnam, some European countries like Portugal, right? And that's so exciting. To me, at least, that's so exciting because I love to travel. I love to explore. The idea of being able to take your work along with you as you explore is awesome. That was my minute. Now it's your turn. Tell me, does the digital nomad lifestyle appeal to you? Yes or no? If yes, why is it appealing? If no, why is it not appealing? Go for it. here is our final question for today. Do interviews make you nervous? What can you do to make sure an interview goes well? Okay, that's kind of a tough question, and answers will vary widely. Everybody has a different response to this. I will go first. Here's my minute. Here I go. So, interviews used to make me really, really nervous for sure. That's because when I was younger, I didn't have as much experience. I kind of had a bit of imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome. This is a great word to learn, or expression to learn. It means like you feel like a faker. You feel like you've gotten away with something, like you don't deserve your success, like you are not worthy of your success, right? And starting out, especially in the education industry, I really felt that way. I felt like, who am I to be doing what I'm doing, to be teaching other people? But, slowly you get real world experience, you gain confidence, and you move beyond that. And it just becomes your identity, who you are, right? So I used to get nervous, not so much anymore. That was my reply, my 1-minute response. Guys, this is your last opportunity to speak in today's lesson. So really push yourself, take that minute. Tell me about how you do in interviews. Do you get nervous, not nervous? Go ahead. Okay, here we are at level 1. We've got a short, basic, simple sentence here. Let's practice saying this sentence. Now, remember, you can shadow me or pause and repeat. Let's give it a try. Ready? Luca was ready to pay for his meal. Again, Luca was ready to pay for his meal. All right, so we've got a main character here, a man named Luca. What is Luca doing? Well, looks like he's ready to pay for his meal. He purchased a meal. He has eaten a meal in a restaurant somewhere, and I guess he's finished with the meal and he's ready to get the check. He's ready to get the bill. He's ready to check out, we could also say. He's ready to pay for the meal and leave. Let's say it one more time and then level up and make the sentence more challenging. Ready? Luca was ready to pay for his meal. So, what did he do? He signaled for the check. I think this is a very international symbol, right? It's a very international gesture, a gesture, something you do with your hand. If you're in a restaurant anywhere in the world and you get the waiter's attention, hello, hey, can I get your attention? Hello, over here. And you do this. Anywhere in the world, the waiter will know what you mean, right? It means I'm ready to get the check. So that's what Luca does. He signals signals for the check, gets the waiter's attention, and lets him know that he's ready to get the bill to pay for the meal. So as you can see, right, we've added some blue text to the super sentence. We've made the sentence longer. Let's try saying it. Are you ready? Luca was ready to pay for his meal, so he signaled for the check or the bill, right? One more time. Luca was ready to pay for his meal, so he signaled for the check. All right, fantastic. Let's level up again and make this even more challenging. Okay, so Luca signals for the check, right? But he was stumped to see an extra line at the bottom of the paper. He gets the check, he gets the bill, and he was stumped to see something. What is stumped? Here's a picture of Luca looking stumped. Stumped is a very spoken English expression, a very colloquial expression, right? That means confused. You don't understand something. I'm stumped. I can't figure it out. So he gets the check, he looks at it, but something stumps him. Something confuses him. He sees an extra line at the bottom of the paper. So, here's the check, here's the bill. He's looking at what he's purchased, and there's an extra line down here, a line he did not expect to see, right? And I guess he's confused by this. All right, let's say this together, and then we will level up once again. Are you ready? Luca was ready to pay for his meal, so he signaled for the check, but was stumped to see an extra line at the bottom of the paper. My goodness, we are at level 4 already, and it's becoming a real mouthful. So he sees this extra line at the bottom of the paper. Yeah, it's something about a tip, which really threw him off. Okay, great. This extra line at the bottom of the paper, he's trying to make heads or tails of it. Make heads or tails of it, right? He's trying to figure it out. What is this extra line? He's really stumped by it. It seems to be something about a tip. So, it's somehow related to a tip, giving a tip, right? But this really threw him off. If something throws you off, then you really weren't expecting it. Yeah, you had not anticipated it. Yeah, you didn't even think about it. It didn't cross your mind, right? These are all different ways of saying the same thing, which is that it threw him off. He wasn't ready for that. Let's practice saying this together. Are you ready? Luca was ready to pay for his meal, so he signaled for the check, but was stumped to see an extra line at the bottom of the paper, something about a tip, which really threw him off. Now, why did it throw Luca off? Why did it confuse him? Well, because tipping, it wasn't really a thing for him back home. Love this expression. Wasn't really a thing for him. Yeah, it's not really a part of his culture back home. It's not really how things are done back home. He's not familiar with this process, with this system. It's very different to him, right? It's not what he's used to, okay? So, this tipping thing, it's a new concept to him. All right. Should we try and say this gigantic sentence? This is level 5. We're only halfway there. Guys, this is such good practice for your English speaking skills. Say it with me. Are you ready? Luca was ready to pay for his meal, so he signaled for the check, but was stumped to see an extra line at the bottom of the paper, something about a tip, which really threw him off because tipping wasn't really a thing for him back home. I lived in China for a long time, and my family had lots of questions about China. And this might be a great example, tipping. If they wanted to come visit me, maybe they would have said, hey, is tipping a thing over there in China? Is it a thing? Does it exist? Is it relevant? Do people do it, right? That's what this means. Is it a thing or it's not really a thing? I would have replied, No, don't worry. Tipping isn't really a thing here. All right? Okay, let's level up again. So tipping wasn't really a thing for Luca back home, right? So he figured he'd just ask the waiter how much he wanted directly. He figured that's what he would do. What is figure? If you figure that you'll do something, that's just another way of saying he had an idea. He decided to do something. Yeah, I've got some free time this weekend, so I figured I would go to a concert. Yeah, I figured I would do this. That means I just decided to do something, made a decision to do something, or had an idea to do something. Figured I'd do it. I had an extra ticket to the concert, so I figured I would invite Jeff from the office. Let's say this together. Are you ready? Luca was ready to pay for his meal, so he signaled for the check, but was stumped to see an extra line at the bottom of the paper, something about a tip, which really threw him off because tipping wasn't really a thing for him back home. So he figured he'd just ask the waiter how much he wanted directly. Okay, so this is really funny, right? If you go to America, if you're familiar with tipping culture, you will know that this is not what you want to do. If you ask the waiter, if you ask the person servicing you, giving you service, right, how much money they want, if you just ask them, that puts them in a very uncomfortable position. That puts them in an awkward spot. Puts them in an awkward spot, right? That makes them feel weird because they don't want to just say a number. They don't want to just tell you how much you should tip, because what if they say a number that you think is too much? Or what if they say a number and they could have said a higher number and so they just lost some money, right? So you never want to ask a waiter how much money they want for a tip. You should just be familiar with the tipping system and how much you should give. Now, unfortunately for Luca, it seems like he's not familiar. But when Luca did so, he did ask the waiter directly how much he wanted. When he did so, the waiter, gave an awkward smile and shrugged. I love today's story. This is so funny. The waiter gave him an awkward smile. An awkward smile. Yeah, the waiter looked very uncomfortable, and he shrugged. What shrug? Like this. That's a shrug. So he gave an awkward smile and shrugged, kind of like this. Oh my gosh, this is cracking me up. This is so funny. Okay, let's say this whole thing. Are you ready? Luca was ready to pay for his meal, so he signaled for the check. Check, please. But was stumped to see an extra line at the bottom of the paper. Something about a tip, which really threw him off because tipping wasn't really a thing for him back home. So he figured he'd just ask the waiter how much he wanted directly. But when he did so, the guy gave an awkward smile and shrugged, leaving Luca to make his best guess as to the appropriate amount. Great word here, the appropriate amount. What amount is suitable? What amount is appropriate? What is the correct amount to give, the right amount to give, the proper amount to give? That might be a great synonym to use here, the proper amount. What amount makes sense? 20%? 30%? 5%? Luca has to make his best guess because he's not familiar with American tipping culture. He doesn't know if it's 10% or 50% or whatever. So he has to make his best guess as to the appropriate amount, to the proper amount, right? He has to make a wild guess. That's a great expression. Make a wild guess how much he should give. And I have a feeling he's going to give a rather silly amount, an inappropriate amount, an improper amount, right? Let's read this together and then let's level up. We're almost there, guys. There's 10 levels total. We're almost at the end of the story. Let's say it. Ready? Luca was ready to pay for his meal, so he signaled for the check, but was stumped to see an extra line at the bottom of the paper, something about a tip, which really threw him off because tipping wasn't really a thing for him back home. So he figured he'd just ask the waiter how much he wanted directly, but when he did so, the guy gave an awkward smile and shrugged, leaving Luca to make his best guess as to the appropriate amount, which, as far as he could tell, was probably around 5%. Oh, Luca, no. Don't tip 5%. That's too low. That's too low. But as far as he could tell, that was the appropriate amount. What does that mean? As far as he could tell. That means as far as he knows, right? That's all he knows. He doesn't know anything more than that. In other words, that's his best guess. Okay, that's his best guess. He's trying here. You know, that's not correct, but poor Luca, at least he's trying. Oh my gosh, I don't think the waiter is going to like this. Let's say this giant sentence and then level up to the final boss of today's video. Are you ready? Luca was ready to pay for his meal, so he signaled for the check, but was stumped to see an extra line at the bottom of the paper, something about a tip, which really threw him off because tipping wasn't really a thing for him back home. So he figured he'd just ask the waiter how much he wanted directly, but when he did so, the guy gave an awkward smile and shrugged, leaving Luca to make his best guess as to the appropriate amount, which, as far as he could tell, was probably around 5%. Uh-oh. So he paid the bill and headed out, not noticing the waiter's raised eyebrow as he did so. Oh no, he has upset the waiter. He paid the bill and headed out. That means he went on his way. Yeah, he left the restaurant. Bye-bye. He's heading out. As he did this, right, he did not notice the waiter's raised eyebrow. What does that mean? Here's your eyebrow, right? A raised eyebrow. What do you think that means? If you raise your eyebrow at somebody. If I raise my eyebrow at you, it seems like I disapprove of something. I disapprove of you or your behavior somehow, right? The things you said or the things you did, I'm not happy about it. I'm suspicious or skeptical or upset maybe, right? So that's the ending for today's story. Looks like Luca, he upset the waiter because he was not familiar with proper tipping amounts, appropriate tipping amounts, and tipping culture in the United States. Now, if you are unfamiliar with United States tipping culture, then make sure you get the PDF for this lesson, because in that PDF, I have included a very handy guide to when to tip in America and how much to tip, right? It's very useful. Anyway, let's come back to level 10. We have one behemoth. Behemoth just means giant. We have one giant of a super sentence to read here. Guys, have you ever spoken a sentence this long in your entire life? If this is a new record for you, then why don't you leave me a comment down in the comment section? Yeah, say new record, new record. This is so good for your English speaking skills. We are training you to speak long, complicated sentences. In other words, to speak at length. All right, let's say it one more time, but don't go away once we do, because I have a cool down activity planned for us as well. All right, here we go. Luca was ready to pay for his meal, so he signaled for the check, but was stumped to see an extra line at the bottom of the paper, something about a tip, which really threw him off, because tipping wasn't really a thing for him back home. So he figured he'd just ask the waiter how much he wanted directly. But when he did so, the guy gave an awkward smile and shrugged, leaving Luca to make his best guess as to the appropriate amount, which, as far as he could tell, was probably around 5%. So he paid the bill and headed out, not noticing the waiter's raised eyebrow as he did so. If you made it this far in the video, take your hand, give yourself a pat on the back because you are doing a fantastic job. And as your YouTube English teacher, I'm very proud of you. Here we are at the final part of today's video, the speaking cool down. Yeah, super sentences are kind of like a HIIT workout. They're very intense. They're like a hard workout for your English speaking skills, right? So let's have a little cool down activity. Here's what we're going to do. I have 3 questions to discuss with you guys about today's super sentence, today's story. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to read the questions, and then we're going to push ourselves to speak for 1 minute, responding to these questions. Yeah, you're going to talk out loud for a full minute. Now, don't worry, because I'm going to go first, and I'm going to give you a demonstration of what I would like you to try and do when it's your turn. In other words, I'm going to show you what I want you to try and do. Let's read question 1 here. Is tipping a thing in your home country? Remember this expression from the story? Is it a thing or is it not a thing? Does it exist or not? How do you feel about tipping? Is it a fair system? Okay, I'm going to go first. Here's my minute. Just listen. I'm from the United States, and I think the United States probably has the most notorious tipping system in the world. What does that mean? Notorious. I could use a different word, infamous. Famous for a bad reason. Infamous, right? Why is it infamous? Because our tipping culture is kind of out of hand. Out of hand. Well, what does that mean? It's kind of out of control. If you go to a coffee shop and you order a drink and the barista just makes it real quick, hands it to you like it's Starbucks or something, they'll turn the iPad around and you see, options to tip 25%, 35%, 50%. They get really greedy with tips in America, but they also don't make much for an hourly pay. So you can kind of understand it. Okay, that was my response. You see, I pushed myself through that minute, and now it's your turn. Don't worry, even if you're not sure what else to say, just talk about your day. Just try to say something. Say 1 sentence over and over if you have to. The point is to open your mouth and speak. So go ahead, go for it. Question number 2, are you a good tipper? In other words, do you tip fairly? Do you tip generously? Do you tip well? Do you go above and beyond what is expected of you? Why or why not? Also, would you judge someone for being a bad tipper? If you saw somebody like Luca leave a 5% tip, would you judge him? Would you say, hey, this guy's a jerk, a jerk. This guy's no good, right? Something like that. All right, I'll go first. Here's my minute. I am definitely a good tipper. That's something that I'm very sure about, something I'm very certain of. Yeah, because when I was younger, I was a waiter. In college, I had a job working at a Chinese restaurant. And at that restaurant, I would do lots of different things. I would do deliveries for the restaurant. I would seat people as a host. And I would also wait tables, bring food to the tables. And I really appreciated tips. I made a decent hourly wage, a decent hourly salary, but making tips helped out a lot, especially when I was running around doing deliveries all day. So now, with that experience in mind, when I see someone else doing it, I make sure to tip well. That was my response. It's your turn. Go ahead. Question 3, last question, final question. We talked about this already a little bit. Recently, there have been examples of tipping culture getting out of control or out of hand in the US, in the United States. How would you react if you saw this while buying coffee? That was the example I used earlier. If you were buying a $5 coffee and they flipped around the iPad, they let you see the iPad, and there were 3 options, right? One option to tip 25%, a second option to tip 45%, and a third option to tip 50%, 60%. What would your reaction be? What would you do? All right, I'll go first. Even though I am a good tipper, right? I'll give 20%, 20, even 25% I will give. Even though I'm a good tipper, and I understand how important it is to tip people in the service industry. I have a bottom line, right? If I go and buy a $5 coffee, I'm not going to tip you another $5 for pouring a drink into a cup and putting a lid on it. I'm just not going to. And I think a lot of people would agree with me. A lot of people, at least in the United States, are sick of tipping culture. Now, I'm not sure what your experience is in your home country, if it's similar or very different. But, if I was given those options of those different tipping amounts, I would probably just tip nothing at all, unfortunately. Now it's your turn. This is your final chance to speak today. Don't give up now. Push through that minute. Go for it. click like, say hello in the comments, and let's get started. Here we are at level 1 of today's super sentence. We've got something basic, something easy, something we will all be able to say. Let's take a look. Tina entered the store. Okay, one more time. Tina entered the store. Okay, so we've got a main character in today's story, a woman named Tina, and she is entering a store. She probably wants to buy something, and so she is going in. Not a lot more to say. We don't have too many details yet. Let's say this a couple more times, and then we will level up. Ready? Tina entered the store. Again. Tina entered the store. One more time. Tina entered the store. Here we are at level 2. You can see some blue text has been added to the super sentence. We've stretched it longer. We've made it more advanced. Let's try taking a look at the blue text first. Right after it opened. Again, right after it opened. Okay, so now we have a little bit more context. Yeah, we have a little bit more information about the situation here. Tina, she enters a store, right? She goes into a store. When does she do so? Now we know when. Right after it opened. Right after, that means immediately after, okay? Right away. So, for example, the store opened at 8. Maybe she went in at 8:01, right? Let's say the whole thing together and then level up again. Are you ready? Tina entered the store right after it opened. One more time. Tina entered the store right after it opened. Ready to grab a discounted coffee machine. Okay. So in level 2, we found out when Tina entered the store. In level 3, we are finding out why Tina is entering this store, why she's going in. What is she doing? Well, she is ready to grab a discounted coffee machine. Okay, so if you grab something in a store, that just means you buy something in a store. I'm going to the store to grab some milk, to grab some chips, to grab some bread, to grab some eggs, right? Just means I'm going to go and get those things or buy those things. So what is she ready to grab? A coffee machine. She wants to start making her own coffee, and not just any coffee machine, a discounted coffee machine. If something is discounted, then the price is not as high as it normally is. In other words, it's on sale. Maybe normally this coffee machine would be $100, but today it's only $50. Let's say the whole thing again and then level up to level 4. Ready? Tina entered the store right after it opened, ready to grab a discounted coffee machine. But stopped short when she saw the size of the Black Friday crowd. Black Friday is a day we have in the United States where you can go and get lots of things on sale. Yeah, lots of items are discounted. So sometimes there are crazy crowds, right? Lots of people flood the stores. They flock to the stores in order to buy stuff on sale, in order to buy discounted goods, in order to get a good deal on stuff, in other words, right? Okay, so Tina, she enters the store. She's ready to get her coffee machine, but she stops short. That means she didn't follow through. She didn't go and buy the coffee machine. Why? Well, she saw the size of this Black Friday crowd. The size of the crowd must have been ridiculous, must have been a bit extreme, right? She sees the crowd and she stops short. So she goes, oh, I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that coffee machine. Let's say it together and then level up again. Tina entered the store right after it opened, ready to grab a discounted coffee machine, but stopped short when she saw the size of the Black Friday crowd. Yeah, it was already a madhouse near the electronics section. I love this expression. It was a madhouse. Just means things were crazy in there. There are tons of people rushing around, yelling, being crazy, being loud, maybe even fighting with each other, fighting over the stuff in the store. So Tina sees this and she thinks, wow, what a madhouse. What a madhouse. At the electronics section, where you can buy electronic goods, a TV, a printer, her coffee maker, she sees that it is looking a bit too crazy over there. It's looking a bit out of control. Let's say it together. Ready? Tina entered the store right after it opened, ready to grab a discounted coffee machine, but stopped short when she saw the size of the Black Friday crowd. It was already a madhouse near the electronics section. So it's a madhouse at the electronics section with people yelling, shoving, and even getting into arguments. Oh my God, this is really getting out of control, this situation. People are yelling at each other. In other words, raising their voices at one another. Why do I say one another and not each other? It's a good question. Each other we use for two people. One another we use for a group that's more than two people. So if there's two people and they want to high five, we can say they high fived each other. If there's three people and they all high five, we can say they high fived one another. People are getting really upset, really agitated. Getting very agitated just means getting angry, getting upset. I want to know what happens next. Let's read this together again and then level up once more. Tina entered the store right after it opened, ready to grab a discounted coffee machine, but stopped short when she saw the size of the Black Friday crowd. It was already a madhouse near the electronics section, with people yelling, shoving, and even getting into arguments. In an attempt to beat out the competition. Okay, so now we're seeing why people are yelling and shoving and arguing. They are attempting or trying to beat out the competition. Love this expression. If you beat out the competition, that means you come out on top. You are the winner. You win. Everyone else loses. The competition means other people trying to succeed, other people trying to come out on top, trying to win, right? Are you ready to read? Tina entered the store right after it opened, ready to grab a discounted coffee machine, but stopped short when she saw the size of the Black Friday crowd. It was already a madhouse near the electronics section, with people yelling, shoving, and even getting into arguments in an attempt to beat out the competition. Well, all the while, these people were ignoring a shouting security guard. Okay, so the security that this store has employed to manage the Black Friday crowds, this guy is shouting. He's trying to break up the fights, break up the arguments. To break up a fight means to stop people from fighting, or to break up an argument means to stop them from arguing, right? But these people, they're all ignoring him. He's trying to do his job, trying to separate people, trying to calm them down. They're just muscling through, pushing through, ignoring him, still shoving, still yelling, still arguing. This is a really crazy situation. Let's say it together, and then guys, only 2 more levels. Keep pushing, don't give up now. Tina entered the store right after it opened, ready to grab a discounted coffee machine, but stopped short when she saw the size of the Black Friday crowd. It was already a madhouse near the electronics section, with people yelling, shoving, and even getting into arguments in an attempt to beat out the competition, all the while ignoring a shouting security guard. And that's not all they're doing, and clinging desperately to their prizes. I love this expression here. If you cling to something, that means you grab a hold of it. I'm clinging to my pen, right? If you cling to something, then you hold it very tightly. You don't want to let it go. And these people, they're not just clinging tightly, they're clinging desperately. What is desperately? If you are desperate to make something happen, then you really, really want to make it happen very badly. If you do something desperately, then it brings that same energy. So clinging to their prizes, the things that they got, that they want to buy, that they want to bring home for themselves and nobody else can, right? They are clinging desperately to these prizes. They do not want to let them go. Maybe the other customers are trying to pry them away, pry these prizes out of their hands, trying to pull them away, right? But they're clinging so tightly, they don't want to let them go. Let's say this monster of a super sentence together, and then it's time to level up one final time. Are you ready? Tina entered the store right after it opened, ready to grab a discounted coffee machine, but stopped short when she saw the size of the Black Friday crowd. It was already a madhouse near the electronics section, with people yelling, shoving, and even getting into arguments in an attempt to beat out the competition, all the while ignoring a shouting security guard and clinging desperately to their prizes. Here we are at level 10, the final boss of today's video. But guys, don't go away when we finish, because I have a cool down speaking exercise planned as well that's very fun. So poor Tina, she just wanted to buy a coffee machine, right? But, after entering the store right after it opened, she was met with a madhouse. She was met with a madhouse, means she saw that as soon as she went inside, right? So she stopped short. She stopped short of buying the coffee machine. She's seeing people yell, shove, get into arguments. They're all trying to beat out the competition. They're ignoring the security. They're clinging desperately to their prizes. So what does she do? She quietly left. She said, "This isn't for me." She left and grabbed a coffee next door instead. She was going to grab a coffee machine. Instead, she thinks, this really isn't worth it. This is not worth it. She leaves. She grabs a coffee next door instead. Okay, take a deep breath. Are you ready to say this sentence one final time? Tina entered the store right after it opened, ready to grab a discounted coffee machine, but stopped short when she saw the size of the Black Friday crowd. It was already a madhouse near the electronics section, with people yelling, shoving, and even getting into arguments in an attempt to beat out the competition, all the while ignoring a shouting security guard and clinging desperately to their prizes. So she quietly left and grabbed a coffee next door instead. I want you to take your hand and give yourself a pat on the back, because you deserve it, my friend. If you made it all the way through these 10 levels, that tells me you are taking your English learning journey very seriously. And if this is your first Super Sentences video, I'm willing to bet that this is the longest sentence you've ever spoken in your entire life. If I'm right, down in the comments section, leave me a comment saying new record. We are going to have a speaking cool down exercise now because my super sentences videos are a lot like a workout. And with any good workout, it's important to have a cool down. Okay, so I'm going to ask you some questions and challenge you to push yourself for a full minute replying out loud to the questions. Don't worry, I will give you a demonstration first of what I'd like you to try and do when it's your turn. So let's take a look at question 1. Can you summarize what happened to Tina in today's story? I'm going to go first. I'm going to take my minute, push all the way through so you can practice your listening. Then it will be your turn. Okay, yeah. So in today's story, we've got a main character. Her name is Tina. And what Tina wants to do is go to the store and buy a new coffee machine. Yeah, she is maybe tired of buying cup after cup of coffee from Starbucks or from wherever else outside. She wants to save some money, start making coffee at home, right? So she goes to the store on Black Friday so she can get a discounted coffee machine. Get one on sale, right? But she doesn't anticipate the size of the Black Friday crowd. So when she gets there, she's met with a madhouse. She sees people yelling, arguing, shoving. She takes one look at all of that insanity and she decides to just go get a coffee next door instead. All right, that was my turn. Now it's your turn. Take that minute. Try to summarize what happened in today's lesson. Go ahead. Here's question 2. Do you have any kind of Black Friday type sale in your home country? Have you experienced it in America? Are you someone who goes crazy for discounts? Meaning you really love trying to get good deals, trying to get discounts? You can reply to one or more of these questions in your minute. I'll go first. Here's my minute. Yeah, so obviously I'm American. I was born and raised in America. But you know what? I spent a lot of my life in China, living in Shanghai, in China. And if there's anything crazier than America's Black Friday sales, it's got to be China's online sales. In China, they have sort of this online buying holiday, an online shopping holiday called Shuangshi. Shuangshi, that means double 11. So on November 11th, 11/11, they have a huge online sale and you can get tons of stuff discounted, tons of stuff on sale. And there's no craziness of in-person shopping, but people still go crazy for these discounts, myself included. That was my reply. Now it's your turn. Go for it. Our final question for today is a really fun question. Is there anything you would camp out overnight for? In other words, maybe a store is going to release a new product, right? And you want to be the first in line to get that product. So you bring a tent and a sleeping bag and you camp out outside the store the night before, wake up super early the next day, and that way you can get first dibs. First dibs. What is first dibs? That means you get it first before anybody else. So, have you ever done that before? Is there a product? Is there something you could buy that you would do that for? That's what we're going to talk about. Or maybe if you think this kind of behavior is crazy, you can talk about that instead. When I was a little kid, no doubt there were so many products I would have been happy to do this for. I was super into video games. I loved Nintendo so much, and I had a Nintendo GameCube. I had all of these gaming systems, right? So anything like that, I would have been more than happy to camp out overnight for. I would have been more than happy to camp out overnight for those things, right? Gundams, I was really into these Japanese models that you can build, and no doubt I would have camped out for those as well. But now as an adult, I feel like that kind of behavior is borderline insane. There's nothing you need that badly that's worth camping out overnight for just to save some money. It just seems really unreasonable, really weird to me. Here's your last chance to speak today. Take that minute, push all the way through. Go for it. Here we are at level 1 of today's super sentence. Click like on this video, leave me a comment, maybe even become a channel member to support me as your YouTube English teacher, and let's jump in. Let's say the sentence together. Are you ready? Ryan walked into the office. Again, Ryan walked into the office. All right, awesome. We have our main character, a man named Ryan. What did he do? He walked into a place. What place did he walk into? The office. We don't know much about the story just from looking at level 1. So let's say it together again and then level up to level 2, stretching the sentence longer, making it more complex. Are you ready? Ryan walked into the office. At level 2, you can see some blue text has been added to the sentence. We've stretched it longer. We've made it more challenging. That's going to happen every level as we progress. Let's try saying this new sentence together. Are you ready? Ryan walked into the office as if he had everything under control. One more time. Ryan walked into the office as if he had everything under control. Now, this is a really interesting addition to our super sentence because suddenly things are not so simple. We have conflict in the story. What's conflict? That just means a problem. How did Ryan walk into the office? Well, he walked into the office as if he had everything under control. As if he had everything under control. That means Ryan is pretending that everything is fine, that he has everything figured out. And if he needs to pretend then maybe he doesn't have everything figured out. Maybe Ryan does not have everything under control. Let's find out what's going on with Ryan, but first let's say this one more time. Ready? Ryan walked into the office as if he had everything under control. Say it with me. But if you looked closely, you'd see his hands were shaking. Uh-oh. Ryan's hands were shaking. If you looked closely, you would see that. Yeah, maybe if you just take a quick glance at Ryan, right? A quick glance, a quick look, maybe you wouldn't notice, but if you looked carefully, if you looked closely, then you would see his hands were shaking. So he's trying to hold it together. Or we could say, keep it together. Or hold things together, keep things together. Just means he's trying not to freak out. He's trying not to panic. I think Ryan is very nervous about something. Let's say the sentence one more time and then level up again. Ready? Ryan walked into the office as if he had everything under control, but if you looked closely, you'd see his hands were shaking. Once again, say it with me. Look at the blue text. Because if he didn't land this job, he'd have to move back in with his parents. Okay, suddenly everything makes sense. Here in level 4, we get a lot more information about what is going on here. Why did Ryan walk into the office as if he had everything under control, but maybe he really didn't have everything under control? Why, if you looked closely, would you be able to see that his hands were shaking? Well, it's all because if he didn't land this job, he would have to move back in with his parents. So Ryan is headed to a job interview, and he really needs to land this job. That's a very colloquial, spoken native expression, to land a job. If you land a job, it means you successfully get the job, right? So he really needs to get this job. Otherwise, what is going to be the negative consequence of not getting the job? Well, the negative consequence of not getting this job would be he would have to move back in with his parents. Maybe right now Ryan is living alone, right? But he really needs money. So if he doesn't get this job, he's going to have to move back in with his mom and dad in order to save a buck. In order to save money. Okay, let's say the whole thing, then we'll level up again. We'll see what happens next. Ready? Ryan walked into the office as if he had everything under control. But if you looked closely, you'd see his hands were shaking because if he didn't land this job, he'd have to move back in with his parents. How do you guys feel about the idea of moving back in with your parents? Would that be fine? Would it be a good situation? Or maybe like in Ryan's situation, it would feel like a big step backwards, like a big setback. Let me know down in the comments. So if he didn't land the job, he would have to move back in with his parents, read it with me, who were already hinting at turning his old bedroom into a home gym. Oh no, things are really complicated here. Not only does he not want to move back in with his parents, he doesn't want that. It sounds like they are excited to be living alone as well. They have already been hinting at doing something. They've been dropping hints. They've been kind of saying to him here and there, hey, you know, we've had this idea recently. We're thinking about turning your old bedroom into a home gym. Yeah, now that you're gone, now that you are not living with us anymore, we can take your old room and we can do something useful with it. Turn it into a home gym. So yeah, his parents don't want him coming back either. Ryan better land this job. Let's read it again and then level up once more to level 6. Ready? Ryan walked into the office as if he had everything under control, but if you looked closely, you'd see his hands were shaking, because if he didn't land this job, he'd have to move back in with his parents, who were already hinting at turning his old bedroom into a home gym. I have to admit that if I were Ryan's parents and I had raised a kid and the kid finally left the house, yeah, I'd be excited about making some changes, setting up a home gym, setting up an office where I could record my videos, that kind of stuff. What if you guys had an extra room in your house? What would you do with the space? Would you make a music studio? Would you make a home library, a home gym? Let me know in the comments. His parents have been hinting about taking his old bedroom and turning it into a home gym. So needless to say, the pressure was on. I love this addition to our sentence. Needless to say, that means it really doesn't need to be said. It doesn't need to be vocalized. It doesn't need to be said out loud. In other words, it goes without saying. It goes without saying. What goes without saying? The pressure was on. Yeah, the stakes are very high, we could also say. There is a lot on the line here, we could also say. In other words, Ryan has a lot of pressure. He has a lot to lose here if things don't go well. Needless to say, I would be so happy if you'd go click like on this video right now. Let's say the whole thing together, and then we will move on. This sentence is getting really tough. Are you ready? Ryan walked into the office as if he had everything under control. But if you looked closely, you'd see his hands were shaking, because if he didn't land this job, he'd have to move back in with his parents, who were already hinting at turning his old bedroom into a home gym. So needless to say, the pressure was on. And Ryan knew he'd need to be on his A game. If you are on your A game or you bring your A game, that just means you are trying as hard as you can. You are giving it your all. You are giving it all of your energy, all of your effort, right? Hopefully you guys are bringing your A game to your English studies. Bringing your A game to your English studies. Yeah, it means you are giving it your all and not just trying half-heartedly. Trying half-heartedly. Let's say it together and then level up again. We're almost done, guys. Keep pushing. Ryan walked into the office as if he had everything under control. But if you looked closely, you'd see his hands were shaking, because if he didn't land this job, he'd have to move back in with his parents, who were already hinting at turning his old bedroom into a home gym. So needless to say, the pressure was on, and Ryan knew he'd need to be on his A game. Yeah, this was a make or break moment. In other words, this is such an important moment where things can go one of two directions. Things can go one of two directions. Maybe the interview will go really well. He will nail the interview, or we could say crush the interview, right? He'd do a really good job, or maybe things go the other direction and the interview is a big flop. What's that mean? If something is a big flop, it doesn't meet expectations. It's very disappointing. It doesn't go how you expected or hoped it would go. Let's say together, ready? Ryan walked into the office as if he had everything under control. But if you looked closely, you'd see his hands were shaking, because if he didn't land this job, he'd have to move back in with his parents, who were already hinting at turning his old bedroom into a home gym. So needless to say, the pressure was on, and Ryan knew he'd need to be on his A game. This was a make or break moment. All right, what in the world is going to happen? Let's find out. Say it with me. So he sat down, offered a firm handshake, and gave the interview his all. Okay, a firm handshake, not a wimpy handshake. If you give somebody a wimpy handshake, then you're kind of limp. Your hand is kind of limp, not very strong. It doesn't feel like a confident handshake. My dad always told me when I was growing up, if you go and you have a job interview, make sure you give them a firm handshake and look them in the eyes, right? I'm curious, did your parents tell you that when you were growing up? That's kind of a classic, stereotypical boomer American thing to say. I'll tell you guys what, I really want to know what happens in this job interview. So let's just skip right ahead to level 10. Come on, let's go. And, say it with me, and successfully landed the position. Whew, no moving back in with mom and dad after all. Okay, we've got a happy ending at the end of today's super sentence. This is great. After all of that tension, all of that worry, all of that stress, in the end, Ryan successfully landed the position. In other words, he nailed the interview and he got the job. Now it's time to fight the final boss of this video. Let's say this entire level 10 sentence together. And guys, if this is the longest sentence you've ever spoken in your whole life, let me know that down in the comments. Leave me a comment that says new record. Are you ready? Ryan walked into the office as if he had everything under control. But if you looked closely, you'd see his hands were shaking, because if he didn't land this job, he'd have to move back in with his parents, who were already hinting at turning his old bedroom into a home gym. So needless to say, the pressure was on, and Ryan knew he'd need to be on his A game. This was a make or break moment. So he sat down, offered a firm handshake, gave the interview his all, and successfully landed the position. Whew! No moving back in with mom and dad after all. I have one more speaking challenge for you guys, but first, very quickly, let me just remind you, if you want to bring your A game to learning English, just like Ryan, become a channel member. For only $5, you can get PDFs for all of my videos, hours of bonus videos, and access to my English book club, where we read easy to understand English novels together and discuss. If you want to get these benefits, or if you just want to support me, click the join button here on YouTube or go to my Patreon. Okay, back to the video. Here is my speaking cool down challenge for you guys. Can you summarize what happened to Ryan in today's story? I want you to push yourself to speak out loud for the full minute. Now, if you are not in a place where you can talk out loud right now, just leave a comment in the comments section instead. That's fine. If you are going to speak out loud, listen to my demonstration first. I'm going to go first and give you an example of what I'd like you to try and do. Okay, here's my 1 minute. Here I go. In today's episode of Super Sentences, the main character was a man named Ryan. Now, Ryan was in a very stressful situation. Yeah, he was in a high pressure situation. What was going on? Well, he walked into an office to do a job interview. And for this job interview, it was very important that he do a good job, that he land the position, that he nail the interview. Because if he didn't, if he did not get the job, he would have to move back in with his parents. Well, Ryan really didn't want to do that, and his parents really didn't want him to do that either, right? They had already turned his home bedroom into a gym, so the pressure was on, but luckily, Ryan nailed the interview. That was my retelling of today's super sentence. Do you see how I took the story and I put it into my own words? That's what I want you to try and do. Take that minute, push yourself all the way through. Go ahead. Okay, guys, here we are, episode 25. We already know how it works, so let's just jump in with level 1. Look at this. Ready? A student is determined to learn English. One more time. Say it with me or pause and repeat. A student is determined to learn English. Okay, so the main character of this episode, episode 25 of Super Sentences, is a student. Now, this student is determined to learn English. That means they've made up their mind. This is a big goal of theirs. They are not going to give up. They are going to do whatever it takes to learn English. So we can say that they are determined. What are you determined to do in your life? Do you have a goal? Do you have a mission? Some big thing that you are slowly working towards? I know for me, myself personally, I am determined to keep making YouTube videos and get this channel all the way up to 1 million subscribers. That's something that I am determined to do. What about you? You can let me know down in the comments section. Let's say level 1 one more time, and then we will level up. Are you ready? A student is determined to learn English. Level 2, some blue text has been added here. A student is determined to learn English, so what does he do? Read it with me. So he studies every day. Okay, yeah, of course he does. Of course he studies every day. He is determined after all. If you are that determined to learn English, you are not just going to study once a week or even every other day. No, if you're really determined, you are going to study every day. So that's exactly what he's doing. Let's keep moving, guys. Let's say this sentence again, the whole thing. Are you ready? A student is determined to learn English, so he studies every day. One more time. A student is determined to learn English, so he studies every day. All right, let's level up again. This student, he's determined to learn. He studies every day. What does he do? Practicing his listening skills with podcasts. Okay, awesome. We have another chunk added to the super sentence. We now know how he practices his listening skills. Yeah, podcasts. That's a really fantastic way to improve your listening comprehension, your listening skills, your listening abilities naturally. Find some podcasts that are created for English learners, or if they're not too difficult, find some native English-speaking podcasts that you can understand, stuff that interests you. You know, if you're interested in cooking, for example, find some cooking podcasts. If you like video games, find some gaming podcasts. I know that for me personally, when I learn Chinese, I find some Chinese-speaking podcasts. If I go for a long drive, if I go for a long walk, I put one on, bam, just like that, you have some listening comprehension practice. So really great idea here. Okay, let's read the entire thing, this whole chunk, this entire level 3, and then we will level up again. Are you ready? A student is determined to learn English, so he studies every day, practicing his listening skills with podcasts. Okay, awesome job. And read the blue text with me here. And bolstering his vocabulary through reading novels. Ooh, really great $10 word here. Bolstering. If you bolster something, you make it stronger. Think about a castle. okay? A big, strong castle made of stone. Well, maybe there are invaders. They are coming to attack the castle. So the castle needs to bolster its defenses. Bolster its defenses. That means make its defenses stronger. Maybe it makes its walls thicker. Maybe the moat, that water that goes around the outside of a castle, maybe they make the moat wider, right? These are different ways of bolstering defenses. But in this context, we're talking about this English student, or the student of English, bolstering his vocabulary, building up his vocabulary, making it stronger. How? Through reading novels. I always say this is my top recommendation for my students who are looking to learn English quickly and the natural way. There's no way around reading if you want to be fluent in English. So reading novels or fictional books, made up stories, that's a really great way to pick up vocabulary naturally, to learn it naturally. Okay, guys, let's read the entire level 4 and then level up again. We're almost halfway done already. Here we go. A student is determined to learn English, so he studies every day, practicing his listening skills with podcasts and bolstering his vocabulary through reading novels. And let's read the blue text together again, and improving his speaking through YouTube videos. Yeah, awesome. Okay, that's a great way to improve speaking. Of course, natural, real-life conversations are great. If there's a native speaker you're friends with, or if there's a study buddy who you can talk to, that's one way. But, YouTube is such an amazing learning tool. There are so many speaking practice videos on YouTube, including this video that you're watching right now. My Super Sentences series is a fantastic option, a wonderful choice to improve your English speaking, but also listening, right? And vocabulary. So you really get a lot from YouTube videos. I'm a big proponent of studying on YouTube. What does that mean? I'm a big proponent of doing that. That means I think it's a really great idea. I highly recommend it. In English, there are opponents. You are opposed to something. If you are an opponent of it, right? You are against it. If I said, I'm opposed to learning English on YouTube, that means I'm not in favor of it. I don't support it. But I'm not opposed to it. I'm not an opponent of it. I'm a proponent of it. I propose that it's something you do. I highly recommend it, right? Okay. Are you ready to read the entire level 5? Let's give it a whirl. Let's give it a go. A student is determined to learn English, so he studies every day, practicing his listening skills with podcasts, bolstering his vocabulary through reading novels, and improving his speaking through YouTube videos. Ooh, that was a lot. All right, let's level up again. Let's keep going. Look at the blue text here. So we've talked about this student and his different study habits, and now we're going to sort of summarize all of it. Say this with me. A routine that slowly but surely pushes him beyond his learning plateau. Ooh, a learning plateau. That's a really advanced idea there. What is that? A learning plateau. When we think about learning English, you go up, up, up. You're making progress. But then sometimes we plateau. Yeah, a plateau is a geographical landform, kind of like a mountain, except it's not pointy. It's flat on top like this, right? So if we say that you plateau with something, then you are not making progress. You are at a standstill. In other words, you're kind of stuck at your current level. So it seems like this student was plateaued or he had plateaued, or he had reached a learning plateau, or gotten stuck at a learning plateau. But this routine, this way of doing things, it slowly but surely, another great expression, slowly but surely, that means he is making progress, but it's not going to happen overnight, right? Slowly but surely, this routine pushes him, gives him a push beyond or past his learning plateau. In other words, he succeeds. He successfully works his way beyond the plateau and he starts making progress again. Okay, let's say the whole thing. Take a deep breath and say it with me, or pause and repeat. Are you ready? A student is determined to learn English, so he studies every day, practicing his listening skills with podcasts, bolstering his vocabulary through reading novels, and improving his speaking through YouTube videos. A routine that slowly but surely pushes him beyond his learning plateau. Have you guys ever gotten stuck in a learning plateau? If so, how did you get out of it again? Let me know down in the comments. I'm really curious how you guys study effectively. Look at the blue here in level 7. So this routine pushes him beyond the learning plateau and where? Into the territory of a confident, capable speaker. Okay, so this area, this territory of the plateau, he's pushed beyond that territory or that space, that area, and he's pushed into new territory, a new area. Well, what kind of new territory? Not the territory of a learning plateau like he used to be stuck in, but the territory of a confident, capable speaker. In this new territory, he is confident. He's developing speaking confidence, and he's capable. What does that mean? If you're capable, that basically means you can do it. Whatever it is that we're talking about, you are able to do it, right? If you are a capable or competent shoemaker, for example, you are able to make shoes without a problem. If you are a capable bartender, then you can make drinks without a problem. You're not going to run into any issues. You're not going to have any snafus, any problems, right? So now he is a capable speaker. He can speak English, no problem. Awesome. Are you guys ready to say this whole thing again? Let's do it. A student is determined to learn English, so he studies every day, practicing his listening skills with podcasts, bolstering his vocabulary through reading novels, and improving his speaking through YouTube videos. A routine that slowly but surely pushes him beyond his learning plateau and into the territory of a confident, capable speaker. Now, what does this do? Our main character, he gets pushed into this new territory because of this routine, this awesome study routine he has. But what happens as a result of this? What happens because of this? Well, all of this makes him a confident, capable speaker, which opens up a whole new world of possibilities for the trajectory of his life. Ooh, man, some fantastic language here. So this opens up a whole new world of possibilities. That means lots of doors have been opened for him. There are so many things he can do now that he wasn't able to do before when he wasn't a confident, capable speaker. Yeah, the trajectory of his life. What is trajectory? That means the direction of his life. Where is his life going? Where is it headed, right? There are so many new possibilities for the trajectory of his life. Maybe before, he could only do this because his English skills were not up to snuff. Means his English skills simply were not good enough. But now he's opened up a whole world of possibilities There are so many different trajectories or paths or directions that his life could take, that his life could go in, right? He's able to do so much more now. Wow, this is getting really difficult. Let's say the entire level 8 together. You guys ready? Let's go. A student is determined to learn English, so he studies every day, practicing his listening skills with podcasts, bolstering his vocabulary through reading novels, and improving his speaking through YouTube videos. A routine that slowly but surely pushes him beyond his learning plateau and into the territory of a confident, capable speaker, which opens up a whole new world of possibilities for the trajectory of his life. We're almost done, guys. Don't give up now. Keep pushing all the way through. Come on, let's level up again. Such as, what trajectories have been opened up? What doors, what possibilities have been opened up as a result of his improved English? Well, such as traveling abroad with ease and comfort. Traveling abroad, going overseas. He is able to do that with ease and comfort now. Maybe before it was not easy to do. It was not comfortable to do. Now it's a piece of cake. Or I can say it's a cakewalk. It's a cakewalk. Means it's no issue. It's no problem. It's no big deal. Okay, let's say all of level 9. And then we're going to level up one last time. We're almost there. Come on, let's do it. A student is determined to learn English, so he studies every day, practicing his listening skills with podcasts, bolstering his vocabulary through reading novels, and improving his speaking through YouTube videos. A routine that slowly but surely pushes him beyond his learning plateau and into the territory of a confident, capable speaker, which opens up a whole new world of possibilities for the trajectory of his life, such as traveling abroad with ease and comfort. Okay, in the final level of this super sentence, we can see some other doors that have opened up. Traveling abroad with ease and comfort, that's a door that's opened up. But look at this, making English-speaking friends, that's a door that's opened up. Socializing in new ways, landing job positions that require English language proficiency, basically meaning he is now able to get jobs that he couldn't get before because his English has advanced so much, because his English is so much better now. These job positions, they require, or you need to have, English language proficiency. In other words, you need to be proficient at English, proficient in the English language in order to be qualified to get the job. Does that make sense? You need to be good at English if you want to get the job in basic terms. Oh my gosh. So look at all of the doors that have opened up. Guys, let's say this entire thing, it's the final level of this super sentence. Are you ready? Let's go. A student is determined to learn English, so he studies every day, practicing his listening skills with podcasts, bolstering his vocabulary through reading novels, and improving his speaking through YouTube videos. A routine that slowly but surely pushes him beyond his learning plateau and into the territory of a confident, capable speaker, which opens up a whole new world of possibilities for the trajectory of his life, such as traveling abroad with ease and comfort, making English-speaking friends, and landing job positions that require English language proficiency. If you made it all the way through this gigantic super sentence, take your hand, give yourself on the back. You killed it, my friend. You smashed it. You slayed it. That means you did amazing. Now let's end this enormous video with a speaking cool down. One more speaking cool down here. Try to talk out loud for a full minute. You can either, number one, retell what happened in today's super sentence story, basically putting it into your own words, or number two, talk about your own English language journey. Have you ever plateaued? What's your routine like? How do you study English? Is there anything you want to change in your routine, etc., etc.? I'm going to go first, so take a little break, sit back, relax, and listen. Here's my minute. Here I go. I think I will take this opportunity to talk about my journey learning Chinese. Yeah, I started learning when I was in college. Way back then, I began studying by using Rosetta Stone, which was really challenging, I have to admit. It's probably just because Chinese is difficult to start learning, but I didn't feel like the Rosetta system worked very well for me. Then, that summer, when I was only 18 years old, so many years ago, I traveled to Beijing and I did a study abroad language program, the first of several study abroad programs. I did another one a few years later in Nanjing. And later on, when I got good enough, I continued learning through reading books in Chinese and watching TV shows and listening to podcasts. And now I consider myself to be fluent, so it definitely worked. Okay, that was my minute. Now it's your turn. The last time, take that minute, talk out loud, push all the way through, and then you are all done, my friend. Go ahead. Do you want to officially hire me as your YouTube English teacher? Become a channel member. Get PDFs for my lessons, get bonus videos, get access to my book club, plus invest in yourself and support me. YouTube barely pays me for my videos. I really rely on my members to keep me going. If you're on the fence about it, just try it out. It's only $5. Hey guys, Connor here. If you made it all the way through that enormous video, I just want to say thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Your support means the world to me, and I hope to see you again next time.